And boom. We vibing. Okay, YouTube's working. Haven't seen anything for TikTok yet, but hopefully it's fine. Ah, da, 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 da. Whoa. Alright, let's do this campaign thing. We gotta get this done. I would love to get the campaign done in 2 hours. I only have 1 act left. Get it done before this interview in a couple hours. I really hope this interview is good. Should be, though. Hopefully. Alright, Cathedral Rooftop. Let's do it. Auras are good. Okay.
Timmy!
What up, Timmy? Forever broke? What broke? What happened? Were we supposed to be able to go somewhere? Watch streaks? Oh. Forever broke indeed. That's sad. Actually, let me see. Let me see. Okay, where are we going? The Ravaged Square. I don't see... I guess this is technically the same area. Oh. I just noticed something else. One of the other things that I've been working on is actually working, but it's only half working. Man. Technical issues all over the place. One day I'm just going to get everything working and it's going to be great because I can stop messing with it all day, every day. Working is working at least? Yeah. Test before I leave. What's she doing the watch streak? Trying to. Let me go pee and change return. Hope it'll be up. Oh. What she doesn't know is it already failed. pee in a potty and then you won't have to change? That's true. That's true. Timmy's a genius. Phew. Yeah, I was actually planning on, like, looking through gear and clearing out my stash and stuff today during work, and then I got all, like, busy and stuff. Apparently, my phone thought I was talking to it right there. That was weird. Big ass hole in the floor is getting in my way. Hate it when that happens. What up, Psychosa? How you doing? Zoop. Zoop, zoop, zoop. How am I? I'm pretty good. How you doing, Ava? Impatiently waiting on window people. Gotcha. Well, hopefully they get there in a reasonable amount of time. Yep. Hacking Discord.
Ghastly nightmare must be put to an end.
Okay. Because I'm that kind of person, I'm gonna have to tinker with trying to get this thing to work because it's not working, and it's gonna drive me crazy. You gotta run? Alright, Timmy. Yeah, the POE won, yep. Yep. Running PoE 2 right now? Nice. Yeah, I love PoE 2, but this game just had an update on Friday, so we're playing that for now, and then we will be back to PoE 2 when they release 0.4 in December. And I'm very much looking forward to that one. Very much. You're around 1,500 hours in PoE 1? Yeah, I have less in PoE 1 than I do 2. So I have 145 in POE 1 and 400 in POE 2. So, rookie numbers, but we're working on it. What am I going to do with this build? So I'm currently doing a Power Siphon Hierophant. But once I get into the end game, I don't really know. I might stick with it, see how strong it gets. I might pivot to something else. I don't know. Just kind of winging it. What up, Dutch Fatty? How you doing? Always green. It's always most fun to try to do something that feels like your own. Yeah. Originally, I was planning on doing the new Kinetic Rain thing. But then I heard it got nerfed, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait, see how other people are feeling. But now I'm seeing videos pop up that, like, it's still doing really well, even though it got massively nerfed. So I might try that, but although I did watch a few minutes of gameplay, and it looks a little too busy for me. We'll see, we'll see. Where are we going? We're looking for the Ravage Square, which is not going to be here, I don't think. Oh, wait, that's where we're at already. I'm smart. Get anyone to share a streak yesterday? Yeah, so, and today. And my thing's still broken. We're still trying to fix it. It's one of those things, like, it's so hard to test. So I pretty much get one shot every day. And every day it continues failing. But we'll get it someday. I really wish, like, Twitch gave us a way to, like, trigger things in the background so we could test it. Be great. So excited for Rax to grill the devs? Yeah. So earlier today, I was lurking in his stream. Heck, it doesn't work. I know. Bye, Misha. I was in Rax's stream earlier, and he was just going through his list of questions because he had a list of questions prepped. He had to send his questions to the devs, probably just so they could prepare to answer, like, legally. And so we know what he's going to ask, or at least what he's going to try to get through. He only has an hour. Do I use... no, I don't stream on the green site. Just purple, red, and clock app. So yeah, he gave the list of questions. And I copied them all down. So he's asking about the changed defenses and difficulty in Season 11. He's asking, why are they changing it? Are they trying to make the game harder? Why are they getting rid of the armor and resist caps? And then can the toughness value changes be on the item tooltip compare stuff? Which would be nice. Then he's going to ask about capstones, how they were in, then they were gone. Why are they choosing now to bring them back? He said there was a little weirdness with skill points about how before Season 11, we felt like gods starting with like 18 skill points or whatever, and we're going back to starting with 0, and like how they feel about the change. Talking about masterworking and tempering, saying that it makes the game, like he says that it makes it feel less bad because we're not bricking, but it makes the game feel too deterministic and kind of boring. I added the boring part. He said the tower seems fun but too similar to the pit, asking if there's going to be rewards and what they're going to do about RMT, real money trading, ruining leaderboards. He said it's been a few weeks since the PTR, what was learned and what's changing. I don't know if they'll address that or not, but maybe. He says the game seems inspired by D3 with greater rifts, toughness tiers, torment tiers. Is D4 becoming D3.5? Which people have been saying for a long time. He says he's going to ask it, so we'll see what happens there. Seasonal changes, the magnitude isn't high enough. Mechanics don't go core. We're tired of the same seasonal power season to season. He says expansion's coming in 2026. People have lost faith. Why should they want to come back? Why are they reworking existing systems instead of making new content? What's the target audience of D4? Are you trying to appeal to the masses or the casuals or the blasters, or like what's the vision there? Is it difficult to balance due to the magnitude of the numbers, the damage numbers? He said like how they're in the billions and trillions. So I'm guessing he's basically asking like, why are the numbers getting so crazy? Why can't we like rein it in so things aren't so crazily imbalanced? He wants to know about endgame pinnacle content, mega dopamine items like your super rare items, like you have like Jobber runes in Diablo 2 or like Mage Bloods in POE, that kind of thing. The skill tree should give power rather than all of our power coming from the uniques and legendaries. They've already said they're changing that with the expansion, so I don't really know why he's asking that because they've already done an interview on it, but I guess it'll be good to have an actual visible clip of them talking about it. He wants crafting to take a bigger role. I agree. He's asking about solo self-found, loot filters, roadmap. This is where he started just kind of spitballing, like quick fire. Roadmap, support characters and builds, probably Paladin. Stash space, Paragon boards. I don't know if he said anything about Paragon boards. I think he just said the word Paragon board, so I don't know what that was. Rune words, how do they feel about it compared to D2? Are there any changes coming to that system? He's looking for more horizontal progression, meaning like rather than leveling or leveling your Paragon or whatever, like side things to do to advance your character in different ways, which would be cool. Paladin, Diablo, cow level. When's the interview? 2 p.m. Pacific time, so in a little less than 2 hours. And then I just found out today, Pez Radar tweeted about it. Apparently, Rax isn't the only one getting an interview. Tomorrow, I think they said a Korean streamer is getting an interview, so that's probably going to be a tough watch for us, but I'll probably try to find a translation of the interview or whatever. And then on Thursday, Rob's getting an interview as well. So I'm hoping that Rob is watching Rax's interview, taking notes so we don't get duplicate questions. And so I'm planning on playing POE until the interview, then watching the interview. And then if I feel like it's worth making a video about, I'm probably going to dip out. Otherwise, I'll come back and keep playing POE. We'll see. We'll see. Gonna be a good day? Hope so. Guess you should try getting gear on your rogue today while you're waiting on things. Do it. Okay, so we got a waypoint there. I'm gonna go back. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. You bricked 7 pieces? Yeah, that's rough. My voice is similar to Ziz's voice. I don't know about all that.
Good to see you. Don't tell him. It is farewell.
Bannon is alive and well.
All 1 to 3 GA too?
No small way, thanks to
Damn.
now that you have returned.
What was it?
Now that the time and tide wait good tidings to you.
Okay.
Now that the brine time and tide wait for no man.
We turned in that. Now we need to go to the Ravaged Square, which is where I just was. But let's sell some stuff first.
We live in interesting.
So who do I sell to here?
Yes.
Lonnie. My dude. No. 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 Had to really think on that one. Yo, what up, P Wolf? How you doing? Friend sent me Escape from Duckov and was playing that this morning. Kind of fun. I don't think that's a game that I would play, but it's a game that I would enjoy watching other people play. But I did watch a few minutes of it. It looks funny. I don't know. Maybe I like it. I could be wrong. All right, I'm going to try... Actually, let me do what I said I was going to do. You're good? Hope I am doing great. I'm going to try do what I'm going to try doing what I said I was going to try yesterday. Is go to my crafting bench. Not my type of game. Yeah, I don't think... Maybe? I don't know. Okay, so wait. Oh. I thought that there was a recipe to add links. Or to change colors, that's what I meant. Maybe not. Blue? I guess not. Alright. Fine. Well, shit. I need at least 2 blues on it, and that's going to be tough to get. I know it's possible, but it's unlikely. Oh, well. Okay. Do I have a Hierophant build you could follow? So that's what I'm playing. I did put a POB link on my website, which is linked in my bio. On my website. I'm used to entering on TikTok. If you go to Rizarjay.com, at the top of the website, there is a link to my build. I believe it's from what I had at the beginning of yesterday. That said, I'm not a build maker, so I don't know if I necessarily recommend this one. It's been fine for me, but I'm sure there are probably better ones out there. But if you wanted it, it is there. I don't know what they have on Maxroll and Mobalytics and stuff, but I know they do have build guides for POE 1. I know Mobalytics just added a POE 1 section. Like this league, which was interesting. I don't know why they didn't have it already. You want to get Last Epoch? Dude, Last Epoch's fun. It's gotten a lot better, too. So I feel like with Last Epoch, like, I really enjoy building new characters and stuff, but I do feel like right now, the end game gets very old very quickly. But this most recent league, I started diving deeper into the crafting systems, and that actually made my enjoyment of it go way up. So maybe, just maybe, there's more there than I thought there was. Because I never pushed like deep into what the corrupted monolith is their end game. You've been enjoying it again? Nice. Have you been playing it? Hell yeah. I know you said you were thinking about it, but I didn't know you were. Little? Nice. What class you go? I'm excited for season 4 or whatever. I am just really worried about the craft and stuff, acquiring them, because I don't know how it's going to affect the game. I hope it's not a big deal and they're getting more money to make a better game, but you always got to worry, especially since Krafton's been pushing how they're like making their games better with the power of AI. Like, I don't mind using AI in certain cases, but if they're using any generative AI, I'm not for that. You're enjoying POE? Yeah, it's fun. It's good. I likes it a lot. Alright, so where are we going? The ossuary. Yeah, that's that one. Okay, we want to go this way? That ain't nothing. That's creepy. It wanted me to go to the ossuary to get a crafting recipe, but you went rogue? Falconer stuff? Nice. Yeah, you seem like a falconer girl. Bird lady. Burbs! Forbidden Archive. I don't know what room I'm looking for because my little guide thing didn't say. This is still the ossuary, so I'm guessing this is where I need to be. Is it 2 yet, though? Holy. I didn't mean to click in town. I don't know why they put that there. Questline can be confusing? Yeah, for sure. That's why I found a website that basically you can put in your build, and it'll tell you step by step. Do this quest, then go here, then look for this entrance, then like go to this waypoint, buy this gem. I'm like, okay, that makes me happy. Is it free? Yeah. So I don't know if there's a quicker way, like an easier way to get here, but it's called Heart of Foss Exile Leveling. So it's like, actually, I could probably just paste this link into chat. Where's my chat? I just won't put the HTTP part. And I'll put spaces in there. Hopefully this works. There you go. Yeah, just take the spaces out away from the slash, and that should get you there. Best character and weapon you have. So this is my best character. This is my weapon. Actually, let me make it easier to see. Oh! Hey! It's an H-Berg raid. What up, dude? How you doing? Welcome. Which character is this? I am on a Hierophant. Thank you for the raid. Let's see. Sounds like someone's ready to drop some serious loot when they're not busy infecting the globe with positivity and laughter. Probably busy farming elite arc like a pro. I don't know what that means. What up, H-Berg? How was your stream? We're working slowly through Act 10 of the campaign. Sitting at the dog park? Nice. Oh, Arc Raiders. Gotcha. I wish I could get into shooters. It has just never been my thing, but I've heard so many people just glowing about that game. So another thing you get confused, what character do you pick at the start? Yeah, it's kind of tough. Like knowing which character you're going to like and then what ascends into what. And the game doesn't do a good job telling you what the different ascendancies are until you get to the point of being able to pick. So it's like there's a lot of stuff in this game that you either have to look up online in third-party sources, or just play the game so much to where you just kind of learn it all. Which is probably what they wanted you to do, figure it all out over time, and then make new characters, learn from it, build off that knowledge. Alright, what's this one? Somehow my brain didn't even notice that was there. Okay. I feel like that one is interesting. It does look like it's a DPS increase. Interesting. 1823. 1973. Yep. Like you can't pick Phoenix? Is Phoenix an ascendancy? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a lot more spell damage on there. Gotta help the wife with some IRL laundry and such. All right. Take it easy. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. And I'll see you later. Kisses. Okay, so I don't have any of the fusings. Can't do that. But I'll keep that there so I don't forget that I have it. Do.
We live in.
Hello.
All right, so we are going back to Ravage Square, and we're looking for no. We really wanted to take my portal there. Is it still there? That's not the right one either. Riz, you're going all the wrong places. I'm a mess. Hello? And I don't remember where the portals are, but it looks like it's gone. That's fine. That's fine. We'll figure it out. We need to go back to the ossuary. Into the bone pit, which is still the ossuary. Okay, this is fine. Did I really teleport out in the middle of a breach? What are you doing with your life, Riz? I don't know. Give me some of that. Thank you for the likes. Saw my lights flashing back there. I don't notice them nearly as much as I did in my old apartment for some reason. Skeletal hideout. I don't know if I've seen this one before. Okay. Riz over here tinkering with too many things. Okay, this is not where I need to be, apparently. Oh wait, that was just the hideout. Right. I have no memory of anything ever. Why is my brain so small? We're going to the Ascend thing, I think. What this? The Elixir of Allure. Hell yeah, I need some of that. Crafting recipe.
I could hardly hope for better results.
See me caring about those darts? Caring so much. Need more bean juice. Imagine somebody was like actually drinking bean juice instead of coffee because like they heard somebody say that they drink bean juice in the morning. Maybe you are? Shit. You know? I can see it. The world may never know. It was, wait, was that a Tootsie Pop reference? Wasn't that part of the Tootsie Pop commercial? Am I that old? I think I am that old. So one thing I should check out occasionally, I have Rax's stream up here, because he did say he thought it was at 2 Pacific, but it might be his time, which would be an hour different. Okay. So we can try this on the boots. Ooh, we got 2 blue now. Hell yeah. Alright, so what was the gems we were gonna try? Where's my gem tab? Blue. Oh, we do want to put Golem back at some point. It was Spell Slinger and Hydrosphere. So reserves mana based on the supported spells to cause those spells to trigger when you fire projectiles from a wand attack. Okay. So I need to turn that on like a passive. I don't know if I'm going to have the juice for it, but we'll try it. Okay, so we got to go back to the control blocks. We need to turn on this, and this, and this. Okay, we got them all. We got all 5. We have 203 mana left after everything, but as long as we can still fire, we're good. And then we're going to control blocks, find and kill Valenta. Yeah, that's kind of sick. What up, June? So that's Syndicate Lab? Delirium. Meowdy, what up, Quigs? Big day, Quigs, big day! Hopefully, anyways. Internet's in shambles, have a great stream. Oh no! What time's the interview? It's supposed to be at 2 p.m. Pacific, but there was a little bit of a question mark about that. So we'll be checking on the hour every hour, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be in an hour and 20 minutes. And apparently there's going to be another one tomorrow with like a Korean streamer. And then Thursday there's going to be another one with Rob. And so the Korean one I'll have to find a translation, but I'll probably watch the Rob one on Thursday as well. I just realized I'm on the wrong screen. Holy. What build are we running? So I'm doing a Power Siphon Hierophant. And we're just working on finishing up the campaign. Which admittedly has taken me a lot longer than I thought it was going to, because I started on hardcore, so I was going kind of slow because I've never really played this game in hardcore before. And unfortunately we did die in Act 8, but I decided to push on, at least finish the campaign, then I might go back to hardcore, we'll see. You're doing Spark with the new Poison Assassin rework? I heard that that was looking pretty solid. I think that's what Garotha's doing, yeah? I've never done a poison build. I'll have to check it out. Yeah. Actually, is Captain Lance doing that also? Can't remember who's doing what. As far as you know, only Garotha? Okay. Maybe I saw your name and my brain thought Captain Lance was doing it too. I know I follow both of them and sometimes I forget who's doing what. Did you hear Russian Flickr Master's YouTube is getting deleted? No, I don't know who that is, but no, I did not hear that. Is he a POE YouTuber or streamer? Not heard that name. His name is Magefist, mainly YouTube. Oh, I see. He does only Flickr builds. Flickr builds, gotcha. Okay. I thought that Russian Flickr Master was his name. But yeah, no. So yeah, I know a handful of POE creators, but definitely not as many as I do like D4. Which the more I play POE, the more I'm getting used to it. Like getting used to who's who. All right, what am I doing now? Was that Valenta that I just killed? It had to have been. It had to have been.
You return from your
Yes, please.
for freedom.
We live in
Hello.
Okay, so that's good. Hit him hard, hit him once. What? Okay.
I'll see what
Boop, boop. 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 Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Let's go to the tree.
The dreamer welcomes you.
What do we want to make? Oh, we have points? On the currency tree. 5% chance to drop a full stack? Yeah, sure. 25% chance and an additional currency item have a chance to birth Foulborn currency at level 68 and above. Foulborn currency. Birth graft implants. Sure.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Okay. Augmentation implant. Augments a magic graft with a new random modifier. I see. Is there a currency slot for that? Nope. Boop, boop. Alright, heading back to Aspirant's Plaza. What act was that in? Why did I think that was the Act 3 town? Oh, it's just there. Duh. Duh. So we're ready for the Merciless Lab.
justice.
You love 311? Yeah, same. 311 is the first band t-shirt I ever owned. Although I have no idea what their newer music sounds like. I don't know when the last time they dropped an album was. Forgot you have YouTube up for audio with no music, and I was like, where's the 311? It's gone now, though. You missed it. I just bust through the wall like a Kool-Aid man. Hooah! Hell yeah. Alright, where are we going here? We got this guy. We want this guy. More life, always good.
I must have the realm.
Meow. Let me in. Thank you. Oh. Like, where's the switch? It's gotta be here somewhere. Another one? Holy moly.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair.
The room is talking to me. Hmm. Receive an additional use of the divine font. Really? Oh, sick. Okay, cool. That was from finding those 2 extra rooms? Do
Do you really
What
believe
back
you're
attachment is
okay
that?
much?
Hi Justin. This guy. Exile's cloak. That reminds me. We did get the portal. Wait. Oh no, I didn't get the portal. Because I haven't gifted anybody subs, because none of my friends have gone live with POE yet. And I need to give that to somebody. Hey Psychosa, you should stream POE like one day. Just one day. Just so I can gift subs. Yeah, no? Aw, shit. Alright, I'll gift subs anyways.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Slowness lends
Data entry for the rest of the day? Nice. Welcome back. We missed you, Dutch. Well, I did. I don't know about chat, but I did.
by the goddess. What ambition! Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Stopped at the gas station, found Raspberry Cream Ghost. I've only had that once, but I did like it. They gotta get those, the cases of that on Amazon. I think I liked it more than the orange one. I like the orange one, but the orange one I get burnt out on really quick. Never had it? Yeah, I liked it. Thought it was good. Sounds yeah, like raspberry cream. Yeah. Oh yeah, he said that. Yeah, it's good. It's real good. I don't know if I would get burnt out on it like I did the orange one though. Like, I really like the orange one, but because I drank them like pretty much every morning, and by like day 4 or 5, I was like, I'm so tired of this flavor. I was right about your nails? Oh no. But raspberry syrup in your orange cream one? Interesting. Did I just go back to town again? Damn it! Riz. You gotta stop doing that shit. Now I gotta start all the way over, because I'm a big, dumb idiot.
The goddess is watching.
Hopefully it doesn't pitch black outside when you drive home tonight. Pay attention. I know, I'm just... By default, my brain says click the top button. Why is it the bottom one? Back to gray you go. Oh, you didn't get a top coat on before bed, and your polish got fuzzies in it. You don't want fuzzy nails? Kind of sounds like a choice. Ew. I don't know. Like, I'm just picturing, like, having, like, almost like carpet nails, but, like, really soft carpet, you know? I'm just thinking, like, just, like, rub it on my beard. Sensory nightmare? Maybe. Shag carpet nails? Maybe not that. Yeah, people aren't always the best at taking their own advice. Your son's so impatient with his nails? Meow. His ADHD kicks in? Gotcha. Xfinity sucks at life? Oh no. Yeah, mine's been, like, it's been working fine, but like I'll just like randomly drop a ton of frames for like 30 seconds, and then it would stable out usually. But if you could fight them, you'd punch them in the mouth. You should punch them in the wiener even. Can't assume Xfinity's gender. Oh, everybody has a wiener. It's just either out or in. Huh? Pardon? Yeah. Yeah, girls have in wieners. Guys have out wieners. The double clip. Ah, heck. He sent that to the cops. Internet lag, do you guess you clicked twice? How's POE going for me? Pretty good. I don't know what my mouth just said. POE 1 is going pretty well for me. We're just finishing up the campaign right now. We're in Act 10. Working on our third ascendancy at the moment. Why did you hear peeing is... Yeah, probably. Something like that. Sometimes when I try to speak fast, POE turns into whatever the hell it wants to turn into. Alright, what other points do I need? I think we're done on this wheel. Put you away for a second. Oh, we want to get these. You're confused on the atlas. Like, everyone says white, yellow, red maps, and you're confused by what that means. I mean, like, yellow maps are just when you put mods on them, and then I'm pretty sure. And then I'm pretty sure red means that you take a yellow map and corrupt it. I'm pretty sure. But I think that only works for, like, the high tier ones. Like, I think if you corrupt a 15 and it goes to 16 or 17, or something like that. I don't know. It's been a while. Was I supposed to go in that door and I just didn't? So, like, if I do a T1 but it's yellow, does that count towards Atlas? Yeah, that I'm not sure. Yeah, well, I guess I didn't need to go in there, but... Is there a way for me to bring up the Atlas even though I'm not there yet? Doesn't look like it. Holy plane. You're so loud. You're so loud, plane. But I thought that the different tabs on the map stash tab, if you have like the premium one, I thought that the tabs there were yellow for yellow maps, but I could be wrong. Need to ask Kate. Yeah, I saw he just went live. He might be able to explain it better. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he's probably half done with the Atlas now, if not further. Why are my scrolls showing up with a transparent background now? Did my loot filter bork? It might have borked. It's so weird having almost all of my mana reserved, but still having plenty enough to cast. I love teleporting through a wall like that. Like, who needs mana anyways, right? Thicket! I wonder, can you set a keybind to click that level up all gems button? 'Cause that'd be really nice, not having to like reach over there. Were you able to check for me? The redeem codes are, yeah, I don't have any left, unfortunately. Happy birthday, though.
I must have time to gather my will.
How's the game going so far? Pretty good, pretty good. We're just blasting through Act 10, working our way through our third ascendancy. And then in about an hour, actually, let me double check. Okay, good. Yeah, in about an hour, we're going to watch Rax, because he's going to be interviewing the D4 devs for about an hour.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Slow.
I don't know if I'll be able to finish this act by then or not. I don't know how long it is. Quigs, do you remember how long Act 10 is? Been waiting for the interview. Been waiting for the interview. Damn, so late. Yeah, it's 1 hour from now, and it's gonna go for an hour. Oh shit.
Justice is served.
Fuck. You gotta do this a third time? Yeah, there's gonna be an interview today, and then another one on Thursday with Rob, apparently.
For freedom.
And if it's good enough, like if there's enough good info, I do plan on making like recap videos of it. So if you do miss it, I should have those up. Okay. I need to focus up. I'm too damn distracted by life. Okay, before I move on. Is this where the cool people hang out? Yes. Yes, it is. So why are you here? You love the new look? Hell yeah. Yeah, we trying stuff out. Don't leave, don't leave. It was a joke.
Justice will prevail.
This looks sick. Cool. Glad you like it. Like the gameplay does get a little smaller, but you can see everything now, which is cool. It feels weird being at the bottom. You know, Riz likes being on top or something. Put me in full screen is perfect. Nice. On what? Exactly. It's clear and clean. Nice. Yeah, now we went from being a top to a power bottom.
I must have time to gather my will.
Versatile, exactly. All right, this is the only way to go. Gotta go pick the kid. Probably shouldn't watch and drive. Yeah, whenever I drive, like, I'll sometimes have audio on, but that's about it. I know I was doing that when I was driving down to TwitchCon. I was listening to Psychosis stream, and then when I was like stopped at lights or whatever, I would chat a little bit. We just gotta get those self-driving cars so we can watch Twitch while we drive instead. We need to make everybody have them and make sure that they're super safe and reliable. Orb of fusings. Hey, we needed those. Pretty soon, I'm sure? Probably. Until people figure out a way to make them do weird stuff. Like, steal my lunch. Alright, we're back.
Weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Let's not die this time,
Bones
okay?
lend strength to one's enemies. Stand your ground. Such resilience. Wisdom.
I kicked his ass!
Suffering and time.
He answered it. It was very long, so I'll post in the Discord. Basically means bonus portion in the map in the atlas. White means it needs to be at least magical. I see. I see. I mean, I kind of don't, but I'll figure it out when I get there. I know I did it once. I just don't remember. Because that was like probably a year ago now. And we know how good Riz's memory is. Quigs, do you happen to remember how long Act 10 was compared to other acts? I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to finish it before this interview. But then I got sidetracked by Ascending, so. We've done more maps this league than all other leagues combined? Yeah. You flew through Act 10? Okay. I remembered it being a little bit shorter, but I don't know if that was because it's actually shorter or just because my character was more fleshed out at that point. I hate these things. have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing with these switches, so I just click them all. Probably, right? Seems okay, but we'll go more direct. I gotta go back through all that shit? Alright, fine. Longest part was ascending because you died like 4 times on Izara's last phase. I know a lot of people miss this version of Ascending compared to PoE 2. I don't mind PoE 2s. I don't mind this one. I am curious if they're going to do something like this for the 4th option for Ascending. I assume there will be 4. Maybe there'll only be 3, I don't know. In the trial, you were told to always go up and right. Interesting. D4 dev interview, what are they doing? So, 2 of the devs, Colin and Zaven, are going to be on Raxxanterax's stream. And Rax can pretty much ask them whatever he wants. He already has a list of questions. Just basically, just trying to gauge, like, the developer's thought process, what their goals for the game are. How different changes were received, stuff like, is Diablo coming to the game? Are we going to get a cow level? Loot filters, stash tabs, that kind of stuff. Talking about philosophy things. Should be good. I guess he has an hour, and then Rob's going to do one on Thursday as well. And then I think he said also a Korean streamer is doing one tomorrow. So I'll have to wait for a translation on that one. But yeah, Colin's great. Zaven's pretty good too, from what I've seen. And oddly enough, Zaven followed me on Twitter like 2 days ago. I was pretty excited about that one. Zaven? I don't know. You just want them to make the game more fun. It's been kind of stale. I agree with that. Like, I love the game, and I always go back for seasons, but I'm usually done after a week or 2 for the seasons. And a lot of the questions are going to be kind of like why is there so much focus on revising stuff that's already in the game rather than making new things for the game? And is there going to be much focus on like making aspirational content, because that was one of their core pillars of Diablo 4 when they first came out, is they wanted aspirational content for the people who wanted it, and there hasn't really been any. I guess the tower is kind of going to be aspirational, but it's basically just more pit with a leaderboard and no rewards. It got to D3-ish pretty quickly. Yeah, and that's one of Rax's questions, is he feels like it's turning into Diablo 3.5. Is that their goal? So we'll see how that goes. That's going to be one of the spicier questions, I think. They might just brush it off, though. Set soon, TM. You just hope they blow us away when the expansion drops. I, like, just based off of the way that, like, Pez Radar glows every time he talks about the expansion, and knowing how much of a D2 guy he was, gives me hope. But we'll see. Like, I know that, like, modern gamers are gonna struggle. Like, Quigs did not like D2 very much. But, like, I feel like if they made updates to D4 in the spirit of D2, but feels more modern, I feel like it would be really solid. Heck! Oh, okay, it's right there. Okay, so this is this the third one?
To be promising. An emperor must
D2 gameplay is what got me. It was just mad to me. But once again, you played... We'll see, yeah, the gameplay is probably its weakest point. For me, it's the way that Like, I liked the synergy between the skills, and I really liked the way that their itemization is handled. Itemization is the big thing. Just the rare drops, like just the dopamine levels from getting like uniques. You can get endgame gear very like low level that stays good forever, or you might not get something that you need for your build until like late in the game, and like the crafting in the game makes it exciting when you finally get what you want. And I don't know. But I totally get why you wouldn't feel it going like playing it now for the first time or whatever. Oh right, my favorite part of the game added in the boss fight. Cool. This will be fine. I just won't go over there.
Withstand the siege.
We did it! Alright, chat, need your help. Which one do I want? Anybody? Anybody? Oh, I gotta get my 7-day streak in barricades, chat, apparently. I'll be honest, the gameplay behind you, I think I miss your house. You miss my house? You miss my couch? The names of stuff in that game is awful. Oh, look, I got a Fizzy Whizzle belt of the glowing leather. So the thing is, they do that in Diablo 4 also. You just don't notice the name of items. Like when you get blue items in Diablo 4, they're named the exact same. Yellow items are named the same way. Does that mean I get rid of the Lights Redemption? No, it still works on the purple side. Alright, fine. I'll just pick one if no one's going to pick one. Oh, I picked the worst one. You click the ones up top every time? Maybe I should have.
I am no beast of burden.
Okay. Sacrifice a gem for currency items. Interesting. I totally forgot you gave me a chore. Wait, did I? I don't remember what your chore was. Do pixel. Oh, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. So I get to pick... Oh, no, I died, so I don't get to pick 2 of these anymore. Shit. All right, we're going to try and get a transfigured gem. Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion. Flame Dash of Return. Summon Holy Relic of Conviction. Arcane Devotion. Modifiers spell damage. Apply to this skill's damage over time effect. Deals 70% of your max mana as base fire damage per second. You burn for 90% of your max... Oh, so it's just mana instead of health? Interesting. Yeah, I'll take it. I don't know if I'll use it, but I'll take it. Maybe sell it, yeah. All right, right there. Okay, got my streak over there. How much time we got? 35 minutes.
We live in.
Hello.
I doubt I'll be able to finish the campaign in that time, but that's fine. We've been going kind of slow. It is what it is. Got a couple chaos from it in PC. If in PS5 it's like 10C. Oh, they're different. They're different economies? Figured they would be the same servers. Oh, I didn't realize. Interesting. Okay. Oh, so POE 1 isn't cross-platform, but POE 2 is? Interesting. That makes sense. I still think it's weird that D2R was cross-progression, but not cross-platform. I wonder if they'll ever change that. Probably not at this point, but... Yeah, so these are yellow maps, these are red maps. But they have to be at least blue, I think. I don't know. I don't heckin' know. Also, why is that one purple? Okay, so... Try to get 3 sockets. There it is. Easy. Okay, so it takes me from 18 to... Okay, so 1500 DPS there. I'll take it. I'm curious, though. What was that gem? Blah, 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 blah. The Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion. Righteous. Oh wait, it's on the currency exchange, isn't it? I'd have to go to Faustus.
Ahoy there.
I have. It's not here. Item category. Gem? Support gem. Any gem. Skill gem. Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion. There it is. 1 elk. 3 elk. 3 elk. I assume there's no quality on it? No. Trade website lied? Heck. So 1 to 5, it has to be at least the magical map for you to get the bonus portion of the Atlas. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm guessing they all need to be at least magical. And it's based on the tier? And I think these need to be magic, these need to be rare, these need to be corrupted, maybe? I don't know. Alright, that's okay, it explains it? Okay. So we ascended, we got the crafting recipe, we need to go to the Ravaged Square, and we need to go to the Torched Courts. Trying to shoot through a wall. Didn't work.
Must have time to battle.
Is it this one? Yup. Desecrated Chambers. Why? Thank you. Hi. It's a party in here waiting for me. Doors are like the worst thing in ARPGs. Hardest enemy. Doors, yeah. Like, if you attack a door, it should just open. Don't make me click it. Like, don't make me switch what button I'm clicking it with. Let me use my attack button to open it. Let me blow the door off the hinges. Window guy will be here at 5:30. Is that bad or is that good? At least you can watch the interview. Oh, does that mean you can't stream? Bad because you got cute and wanted to stream? I mean, just have the guy be a special guest. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Would you let me be a special guest? Shit, I blocked them all out. Oh, there they go. They broke through the wall. That was pretty snazzy, you must say so. You like it, huh? Hey, I'll take it.
No beast of burden.
But yeah, apparently I'm getting feedback. Like, several people have said they miss seeing my couch. I'm like, really? Why? Comfy looking couch? It is, but like, honestly, it looks more comfy than it is. If I'm being real. Like, it's fine. It's nothing special though.
I must have time.
Your entire makeup desk is in the middle of the room, so you have to make sure that's put back after he leaves. Gotcha. Man, the universe just really doesn't want you to stream lately. That confused me. You should just put random couches behind me every day. That'd be funny. That'd be really funny. Just like different houses behind me. I could do that. I could do that. AI generated living rooms? I could. This guy's gonna kick my ass. You broke Paragon 200, hit 203. Nice. Hell yeah. What's the highest you've gotten in a season? I'm kicking my own ass. 234, nice. I still don't know how there are some people who will grind out 300 every single season. It's like, that is wild. Like, when I did my subathon and was live for 300 plus hours, I only got to 260 something. Admittedly, I wasn't, like, blasting that whole time, but still. It's not necessary? Yeah. I'm curious what progression's gonna look like when the expansion happens, if they're planning on like making changes to it. Again. There's so many questions I have about the expansion. After 200, it's kind of meaningless. Yeah. Like, I usually get to, like, 215, 230 every season. And, yeah, once you get to 200, it really doesn't feel meaningful. The glyphs make a bigger difference than your Paragon, for sure. The Desecrated Chambers. Is that where we're going? Yep. Loop around clockwise. Bet. We'll go south first, though. We got 25 minutes. He's getting ready. What up, Nichols? Knuckle butts? No, you. You're a knuckle butt.
Greetings.
Tri-res and max life. Drops on? Yes. Why is he doing the interview? Isn't he a D4 hater? So he's an XD lover, XD4 lover, who wants the game to be better, but is currently disappointed with it. So in my opinion, that kind of makes him the best person to do an interview. Maybe not the best, but he's a good choice because he will ask the tougher questions rather than just lob softballs. Wait, are those the same item? Did I dupe? They are the exact same item. Heyo. Heyo. Rob is doing an interview on Thursday, so he is also getting one. Ew. No matter what, he will hate it for the likes. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think if they genuinely made a lot of really, really good choices that he was happy with, and he felt like there was an actual end game grind and like meaningful progression, I think he would be happy with it. Another one. Boop. Where you got that 100? Oh, I got a few of them. It's fake money. It's fake money. You understand his frustration? Yeah, I do too. I still enjoy the game, but I also know that it could be better. Oh, it literally says mirrored on it. I didn't even realize that. Interesting. I think if things are good, he'll admit it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I still need to find somebody to send subs to get the drops. The one who would hate it no matter what is Mr. Llama. True. True. Although he did give it a chance. And he did say he liked it more than D3. But yeah, Mr. Llama's a big ol' hater. Mr. Llama's a D2 streamer. Probably the biggest D2 streamer.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Never heard of this man before in your life? Hype train incoming. Is that just the... It might be a hype train, or is that... Oh no, that actually is a hype train. What the hell? What the hell? Thank you for the hype train. You know what? I want to make sure I get this portal. I'm just going to gift it to myself. And, yep. Now eligible for the portal. Hell yeah. Because I already did one. I don't know who I did the other one to, but. Nice. Okay, these have potential. I wish they had movement speed, but I can craft that on. You'd gift, but you're saving as much for the house purchase. Gotcha. I wish I would totally gift on behalf of you if I could, but or would I? I guess we'll never know.
To those who fight.
I mean, I don't think anyone would buy the mirrored ones, but maybe. I'm gonna try this. Hold on. We're gonna try to 4-link it. Okay, didn't happen. Boo. All right, we'll work on those because that has potential. And then these go down there. All right. Not obsessed with the portal, anyways. Does look like a heart. Can I? Do I have it already, or do I have to relog to get it? Oh, there it is. I hate those things. They're so annoying. Okay, the desecrated chambers. Wait, did I? Huh? The singing gremlins, yeah. Okay, so it said clockwise. 18 minutes. Oh. Shit.
Thing you guys changes. One thing that you guys changed were the defenses
Isn't that
and
counterclockwise?
the
No.
difficulty. And that was something that kind of surprised. Far.
He started early.
Let's fix Diablo 4
I'm glad you can rewind now.
like this. Yes. Not that. There.
I'm gonna options,
God.
sound.
Okay. Okay. Now here comes the $1 million question. Can you guys hear everybody and see everybody? Colin and Zavin, can you guys talk?
Yeah. Hello.
All right, change category.
Do I need to turn them up, guys? They're very quiet. Okay, so
Can
I can
hear me though?
I can hear you perfectly. I'm gonna turn you.
The
I
hoodies,
just
yeah.
turned you
Yeah.
way up. Okay, can you guys say something?
Hello.
Hey. Howdy.
How was that? Okay.
Do I need to go get a hoodie?
I'm ready if you guys are. Or do you guys you guys are just doing whatever? But you guys have hoodies on.
Yes.
Oh fuck yeah, dude.
It's too hot for a hoodie.
RGB. We even got the on my screen. It's red, green, blue. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
same here actually.
Oh my god, this is gonna be the best moment of my life.
I like how long it took him to notice.
Okay. Well, I guess there's no point in stalling. Let's go ahead and get started.
Hoodie
First
over
of
a
all,
hoodie?
thank you so much for taking some time, you guys. I know you guys are probably super
I love
hard
how
at work.
this thing automatically
And,
updated.
I know who
or
you
that
are.
Thing.
I know that you guys are
I'm
two of the
vertical.
Giga Chads over
Just
on the
automatically updates
Diablo
when I
4
change my
side. Some of the
category.
blasters over there. But if you wouldn't mind, can you guys introduce yourselves and just what you do for the D4 team?
RGB, right? Go with red.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm Colin. I've been at Blizzard. I don't know why I'm doing an interview, but I've been at Blizzard for about 11 years now. Been on D4 for going on 6.5, maybe 7 years at this point. I am currently working on the systems and combat for Diablo 4.
I think they get tired of answering these questions.
I've been at Blizzard, I don't know, since 2008. Someone do the math. I've been here.
Hey, that's when I graduated
I've been on
college.
Diablo since 2010, including Diablo 3 from back then and Reaper of Souls all the way to today. And my role right now is Associate Game Director on Diablo 4.
God, you guys have been doing Diablo longer than I've been streaming. Wow. Okay. All right. So I thought we'd partition this into three different sections. They told me you only had about an hour, so I'll take a temperature at about that time. If you've got to go, I understand. The first section will be about
Yeah, the
season
hoodies
11.
are great.
Second section will be about whatever you want to call it, state of the Diablo, Mythbusters, whatever we want to call it. And then the last section will be about the future of the game, whatever we can get you guys to answer without getting you fired. Sound good?
Yeah, our PR people are standing right outside. They'll have the gun ready, you know.
All right. So, okay, season 11. You guys have made a lot more changes in this season than it seems the previous ones, at least the most recent ones. One thing that you guys changed were the defenses and the difficulty.
Associate
And
Game
that was
Director of
something that
Improvement,
kind of
Combat,
surprised
and
me. It's
Whimsical
something that
Cows. I
I like
wish.
to see. So, why did that happen? What prompted the team to make these changes? Are you trying to make the game more difficult, or what's the idea here?
Uh, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that has changed, and we kind of always talk about this as sort of a question and answer kind of thing, right? So, the game asks the question and the player brings an answer, and so we've spent a lot of time, I think, up till this point since the game launched, right? Even base game, uh, updating the player's answer. You have new items, you have new aspects, you have new uniques, mythic uniques, like whole categories of stuff have been added. We've done seasonal powers, and we haven't really attacked like the baseline question, which is monsters and what they do. Monster behavior has been largely unchanged since the game launched. And if you imagine where we are today and where the game started, it's like a world of difference. It's very Diablo, I think, to have this big iteration cycle as you kind of have the live game. So because we knew that we were going to do the tower, it just made sense to kind of consolidate and say like, okay, well, if the tower is going to go out, we should definitely work on the question part, and make sure that monsters are designed to operate in the modern version of the game and not necessarily a snapshot from years ago at this point, right? So that's kind of the combat stuff. And Colin, I don't know if you want to dig into defenses and things like that.
Yeah, I think the combat stuff you answered well. I think just to tag on to that, it's like in order for you to feel satisfaction from a game, like nuts and bolts game design, we have to create challenges for you to overcome, right? And if the challenges aren't interesting, or they're the same, or they're too easy, you don't really get much satisfaction. So I felt like Monsters was a really big opportunity to bring back some combinatorics, some nasty affix combinations to really, create a fun challenge for you. At the same time, challenge in Diablos are always very subjective, right? There's a lot of different ways to have skill expression. Like maybe you're so tanky that you can just stand in the Inferno Blast. You don't even care about it. And we like that. Like we like you being able to graduate out of these challenges and just overpower and sort of overcome these challenges through stats. At the same time, we also like if you want to forgo those stats, you want to be a little bit more glass cannon. It requires more of your dexterity and input skill, right? So we just wanted to support that a little bit more on the monster side. We felt like that was lacking. On the systems and defensives end, part of this is sort of creating more design space for us, to be totally candid. One thing that we felt was that the current resistance and armor system was designed for the game that had 2 world tiers. And it didn't give us a lot of space to create more depth and sort of tail to the defensives of Diablo 4. We didn't like that. We didn't like how easy and sort of shallow the defensives were. We wanted to provide a little bit more of a tail on the defensive end, so that players had other vectors to make themselves powerful. So that's why we're moving to more of a rating system. Candidly, we're also looking at adding more torments, and we felt like the constant penalization of resistance and armor was going to be
Interesting.
really obnoxious if we added, like, let's just say double the amount of torments, right? So we wanted to make that a little bit more streamlined, so you're not constantly having to stat check, through 8 different torments, for example. I pulled that number out of my ass. So.
Okay, wow. That was okay. So that's a lot. That's a lot there. So okay, one question I have for you is: you said that you made monsters more difficult and you add deadly affixes, but did you guys also change like the actual logic or the behavior of monsters? And if you did, can you explain like what's the difference between the old school monster in D4 looking at you trying to attack you versus the new one that you've designed?
Yeah, I'll put it like pretty simply. It's a lot more of the monsters like routine is based on how quickly they can perform actions now. So before, when we launched the game, we had this idea, and you experienced this as well, right? Where the game was going to be a lot slower. Like you're going to be toe to toe with this Goatman brute, and you wanted these moments of opportunity to attack him. So he's going to jump up, and you're going to like dodge out of the way and hit
More
him.
torments, right?
Obviously, the game has not worked like that for a long time at this point.
I've always said I don't
So
know that
now,
more torments is
instead of the
actually going to help
monsters
anything. It's
being
just
more
going to
cooldown driven,
prolong
like on the back end, the designers are
progression a
tuned,
little
okay,
bit,
the
but it won't
Goatman
actually
Brute's gonna
change
do
anything.
this
But we'll
every
see.
5 seconds,
Maybe
and
I'm
then he's
wrong.
gonna melee attack every 2 seconds. A lot more of it is sort of randomly selecting between what are the various options I have. Am I going to basic attack? No. Am I going to overhead slam? No. Am I going to try and circle the player to create some distance? A lot more of it is driven by how fast the monster can perform those actions, just like a player. So it's more sort of tied to the attack speed of the monster now. And we've also scaled the attack speed as you increase in difficulty. So in that sense, because the monster can attack faster and move faster, they're thinking faster, and the torment and difficulty is going to cause them to perform those actions faster, albeit a little bit more randomly. So it's not as like, here, robot, here's the steps of actions that I want you to take. It's here's all the actions you can take and randomly select between them, and how fast you do that is based on how fast you attack and move.
I think that each tormenteer, if they keep the
Another
game
big
the
piece of this is
same,
just kind of adding texture
people who are
to the
serious about the
experience
game, it's
as you
going to
play.
prolong them a couple
Because
hours.
it's not
That's probably about
so
it.
cooldown driven. That just means when you kind of go into a
But
fight,
maybe not. We'll
even
see.
the underlying populations
I
and
would love to be wrong.
compositions of monsters have changed across the board. So where we were spawning Goatman as a family, we had this kind of rigid structure of how they would spawn. It's like, oh, it's always just like this sub mixture of things. Like, no, it's like, no, sometimes now you just get a bunch of ranged, and that's okay, right? So trying to add kind of more spikes throughout the experience, and again, just more texture when you're fighting these monsters hundreds of times, thousands of times, or whatever throughout your experience. And then the affix side kind of adds to that as well, right? Every single like affix you add, the combinatorics of that starts spiking dramatically.
The
Right? Add one, add two, add
combinatorics?
three, add four, so on and so forth. So making sure that your first run in the pit and your second run in the pit are maximally
The hell does
different
that
just means
mean?
there has to be a lot of opportunities for the game to give you different things, which means we have to create more options.
An
Right,
area
so a
of
bunch more
mathematics
affixes,
primarily
a
concerned
bunch
with
more varied
counting.
monster behaviors because they're kind of more RNG driven rather than the step
Cool.
by step kind of execute a computer program sort of thing. Just means that the texture possibilities are wider than they have been usually.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
like
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I think the diversity would be better, and it seems like the
Okay.
cooldown system, while it might have
You used to
worked
count the
like
number
at
of ways
D4 when it
objects
was
can
a
be
little bit
selected,
slower, I
arranged, or
think the pace
combined.
and the power creep of it with the new system that you've designed, where they just attack based on their attack speed and they just get more powerful as they go, would be a much better design going forward, and you actually feel a sense of progression in the monsters themselves and not just yourself as you get further into the game.
That's a really great point. And I think it goes beyond even difficulty. Like when a monster becomes or is promoted to an elite or a champion, for example, they have a much higher HP pool and you see a lot more of those behaviors. So I'll give you an example. Before we didn't make those like little spider minis elites ever, because it's like, well, that's kind of weird if we did that. But when you think about it from the, okay, we want to create this sort of black box with all this combinatorics, it's actually kind of cool if these little guys got promoted.
That's their fancy
Because
new
what
word.
previously happened was when they're normal, you just stomp them and they die instantly. So they have a pretty fast attack speed and they hit you pretty, quickly. When you promote that to champion, it's much more interesting, right? Because they're going to live a little bit longer, a little bit scarier.
Multiplicative is
Those
dead now.
are some of the
It's
tweaks that we think
combinatorics
you'll
now.
see a lot
Yeah.
more of it in the champion elite space when they get promoted. Because we wanted to keep normals like still the sort of trash and fodder. It's more just like the default. Do you have enough damage? Do you have enough
I'm gonna try to start
tankiness?
using that in everyday
Normals we're not super worried
conversations.
about. They're there more to fulfill the power fantasy.
Yeah.
And then one other flavor thing that I think is kind of cool in terms of texture is that like undead or skeletons, for example, have a really low awareness now. So like you can almost walk up to them and hit them, and then they're like, oh, and they attack you.
There's
Just little
Why
things like that. Yeah, right. Like so little things
are
like that.
all of their
Before everything would just
cameras
globally aggro at the
lined up to
exact
where their
same
heads are like at the
time,
bottom of
and
the
we just felt
frame?
like that
Rex
was
is the
very
best, but
interesting.
like,
And I will say,
why are we
like,
hiding?
again, to the
Like,
point of like, where are you going to experience these things? I
hi
think most
guys.
players, especially blasters like yourself, will probably not notice too much of a difference
Why
when
not
you're
hide?
floating things, right?
Fair.
Like when you're just in the flow and you're just fucking, or you're just farming.
Go
You're
ahead, just
probably
let
not
it
gonna.
rip. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
It's
I'd
not,
have
not
to
a
look.
family
Are they
show.
gonna get mad at me? Yeah. So
They should be
I
on top.
think
That's what I'm saying.
what you're probably going to experience it more is in the
Colin looks
capstones
coziest, he
and tower
does.
pushing or pit
They're
pushing.
cos-
right?
no,
Where
I
the
get
sort of
yeah, they're
pace of the
cosplaying
game
Rax
slows
for
down,
sure.
and the time to kill
like, I
monsters
mean, his head's not that low.
on monsters is much longer. So
But like when
that's
I've
where we're
seen them
hoping to
doing
get
like
some of
dev
that. We're
interviews,
hoping to
there's always
recreate
like
the like
this.
capstone moment where it's like, I'm going to tackle this early, and you're going to feel a
But,
lot more
like,
of those changes. So
Just to connect
Too
with
much
one
headroom,
last thing
guys.
to the
Too much
tower,
headroom.
because another piece of this is not just their behaviors and the affix pool and things like awareness radius, the relative like danger a
Oh
monster
no, that's very
poses,
intentional,
its health,
Cyber User.
its
That's
health
very
pool.
intentional.
How much health does it even
The
have? And how
gameplay
much
should be the
damage
focus,
does it
not
even
my
do? And
face.
how deadly is it? All of that has actually had a pass as well, and that is the stuff that is used to derive their value in the tower. So now that we've kind of got a really nice standardized approach to where we can start measuring a monster's value because of their deadliness and how long it takes to kill them and things like that, that gets extrapolated into the score for tower. So the more dangerous a monster is, generally speaking, the more value it's going to give you, right? The more HP it has, the more value it's going to give you. And that systemically also crawls through the whole champion elite system too. So those guys are worth more as well. So tower is not just like kill one guy, get 1 point, right? It's very much dependent on what you're killing. So if you see a bunch of spider minis, you're like, okay, well, I know they're not worth a lot, right? But if I see the elite, I'm gonna focus on that because that's worth more, potentially. So
Yeah, that was something that we had to solve constantly in Diablo 3 to get a top clear. You had to figure out what the monster families were that could spawn and go for the ones that were super valuable.
The juicy
Okay, well,
packs.
we're 23 minutes in. We're on question
Anyone
one of
listening?
40.
Yep.
So try to. I love it though. I wish we could talk for like 10 hours. I would love to drill more into everything here. I do have a question though, and you guys said something about how you want to like build up the power fantasy. You just don't want to be dominating like right away, otherwise like you're not really playing a game. Is the intention? I couldn't really tell from the PTR because you use like the guy to boost you. Are we gonna start with no skill points? Because it felt very weird to start with 15 skill points. I already have my core skill maxed. I already have my movement skill at level 1, and I'm already owning. I mean, that was fun for a while, but now it's like, ooh. Are you guys changing that?
yeah, absolutely. You're going to be starting with 1 skill point. We are doing a little freebie
I like that
because we've
feeling so much
updated the
better.
seasonal ranks. You'll get 1 skill rank just to get a basic from the Season's Journey. It's one of the first chapters. So you'll log in, you should go to the Season's Journey, claim your 1 skill point for your basic. But yes, the intention is that you're going to start from 1, you're going to gain those skill points, and you're able to earn those back through doing Season's Journey capstones and other content. We really wanted to sort of drill into that like 0 to hero that is so fun about Diablo, and we felt like that was really being disserviced by starting at effectively level 16 out the gate. So it's only for like an hour or so, but we think it makes itemization feel better when you're leveling. We just think it sort of actually makes you feel like you're working for some of the rewards you're getting in it. It's much more satisfying.
Yeah,
and then the healing potion is the other end of that, right? You don't start with endless healing anymore.
that's exactly what I tried on the PTR. I tried with like the higher the smarter monsters. I turned up the difficulty. I went with no skill points and I went to Helltide, and I was like running for my life. I was like, all right, wait a minute. Where's my 7 points in my core skill already? I don't have a teleport right here. So it did make a difference. So the last thing I want to ask on this is, I don't think I don't if I remember correctly, this was not in the PTR, but you guys moved to the toughness stat, and you said that you wanted toughness. You already answered this question. You said you wanted toughness to be there because you thought like the constant penalties with the increased torment tiers would be stupid, which I agree with. But one thing is, when you mouse over an item on the tooltip itself, does it tell you the toughness change, the change in the value of the toughness, so you can understand if this is even an upgrade for you or not? Because I don't think it was in the PTR.
It wasn't. No, it's a really good suggestion and idea. It's something that it's one of the learnings we've taken from the PTR is that like, yeah, you really want to be able to sort of tell the toughness difference. So that is something that we've taken and we want to make better.
Okay. Okay. So capstones, they were there, and then you removed them, and then I think I made a video a year or so ago, and I was like, why did they remove it? That was like a cool moment that you
One of the most fun
prepare
parts of the
for.
game.
and you go kill this guy, and then you can go to the next tier. Like you felt like you did something, then you took him away. I was like, I don't know about that one. And now
Okay,
they're
maybe not.
back,
Maybe not
and
the
now you've
most
made
fun, but they were
many
good.
of them, and they tried the different layouts. And I went and tried them with like crappy characters. I went in 7 levels too low with complete dog shit gear at level 23, and it took me 45 minutes to clear it. Like I cleared it, but it was like almost impossible. I was like, okay, so this is not so easy. But
You've missed them, yeah.
can you walk us through like that journey? You had them in the game, and then you removed them, and now you added a lot of them in the game. So are they here to stay? Why are they back?
Uh, so capstones were added for the base game really late in development, like very, very late, as a kind of this way to make sure that we are creating a bridge for players to move through the difficulty tiers, right? And we knew that, going into Vessel of Hatred, we had plans to change kind of the difficulty system significantly, and it just felt incongruent with where the game was naturally going. And honestly, I think we sort of miscalculated how popular they were with players. At a certain level, we're like, oh, this is great. We're going to remove this barrier, right? Like the barrier's gone and it's going to be great. It's like, oh, actually, people like this way more than we anticipated, way more than what we felt getting feedback and hearing from the players. So on our end, it's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have done that, right? And then okay, now that they're gone, like I said, a whole bunch of the game had changed, and these were sort of a last minute addition. So getting them kind of repaired and brought back, we knew that doing that had to just be paired with something else. And so season ranks was a kind of a match made in heaven, I think. This idea that you would be progressing through the season and have these points where you can like go challenge this dungeon whenever you want, right? Trying to keep all the best parts of the original Capstone experience, but then having a bunch of new ones. And then your question about are they here to stay? Yeah, right now they're here to stay, and we're hoping that we can actually add and potentially rotate capstones in the future.
Yes.
So it's not just like the same static stat. So that's not
I
going to
wish it was
happen anytime
seasonally,
soon,
but
right? These are just brand new. But we're open to kind of moving these
obviously
things
that's
around and
asking too
potentially
much.
adding new ones.
Yeah, I think there's like a interesting maybe design insight, which is like you have to think about like when we removed capstones, it was sort of on the heels of I would say season 4 and 5 when people were doing them at like level 10, right, where they were just sort of blasting through them because so much power had been added to the game, and it felt like it was like, oh, we'll remove the friction here, right? Like if players are just immediately blasting through these things, it's something that we can just sort of take out. But it was a miscalculation. I think it's also like an interesting push and pull with the audience. Like we've talked a lot in this call about satisfaction and challenge and overcoming it. We find like whenever we try and add some challenge into the game, it's like this sort of tricky, like we want you to be more satisfied with the experience, so we're going to ask you to jump through some hoops. And sometimes we get our knuckles wrapped for it, where it's like, oh, you're trying to slow the game down. But sometimes we think it's really important to have those friction points. And I think Capstones is a good example of like, here's this thing you're gonna work for to get some cool reward for it. So I think it's going to land in a really cool spot.
I
Kind
think
of the endless task to remove the bad friction and keep the good friction and know which is
Yeah.
which, right?
I mean, it's exactly that. It's like one thing that I've noticed in some of these games. The thing that doesn't seem to work is you can't always go one way or the other, right? And I think D4 got way too easy, way too quickly. So many barriers removed that a lot of like the long-term players that really, even not even the long-term players, even the people who started playing D4, who played it a couple of seasons in a row, they got so familiar with it or so good with it, and so many barriers had been lowered. It's like at a certain point you aren't even playing a gaming where you're just, essentially logging into the I win game. So it's that, and I'm
It's
sure
so
it's not
true.
easy from the development side to strike that balance, as Colin said, but there has to be some moments where you have to actually stop
I
and
win
make a
game.
decent build and overcome some challenge to feel like you actually did something, right?
Totally. And if we don't do these things, like add some more depth to, defenses or update the monsters and stuff like that, we're worried that like the game will very quickly fast track into it's done in a weekend, and that's something we've heard from folks like you and a lot of our core players that they don't want that. At the same time, when we do add these sort of friction points, it isn't always super well received. Like season 1 is a great example of like, we didn't want to ride that train down of like making the game too easy and trying to make you work for CDR and resources and things like that, and it obviously didn't go over super well.
I still have nightmares when I saw the very first video of season 1 and you played the video and the guy walked up to the brain or whatever and it rose up for 3 seconds and then it rose down for 3 seconds and then the fight started. I literally looked at my chat. I was
Yeah,
like, it's
bad
over.
I
friction.
remember
It's
that.
over.
Yeah, bad friction.
There's like little things like that. We were talking about like the game being slow and then eventually getting faster. And there's like elements where it's not. I'm not trying to simplify the work, but it's not like a global tuning thing. A really good example of this recently is doors. Like how fast do doors open? How fast does the collision go? So I don't know if people noticed in the PTR, a bunch of doors, their collision goes away immediately. The slowest door in the game, which I think was like the Mage Hall sort of thing, was like 4 seconds or some ridiculous number. So now it's like instant. Like we sped up the animation. All this stuff, the collision just vanishes immediately. And I know we didn't get them all. There's a lot of doors in the game, right? We'll just keep hunting. We'll keep finding them and keep
Yeah,
kind
just,
of removing these points of friction, right?
just like a month or two ago, I was talking to Zavin, like this fucking Infernal Horde store. It takes forever to open. I don't know if you've experienced this, Rax, but like you're running Infernal Hordes and you're just sitting there waiting for the door to open. It's like visually open, but you're still blocked. I think we removed it. But yeah, those kind of ear flicks get really tedious after 1,000 runs, right?
You know,
And
I
it's like definitely 1,000 cuts, right? Like no one cares about one door taking its sweet time, but like every door doing that, you're like, fucking, who put all these doors here? Oh.
I'll never get to ask this question on the big stage again. I've literally asked this like 1,000 times in every ARPG to my chat. I don't understand why doors are in ARPGs. Like, just think about the concept of a door, and then I know what the answer is going to be. The answer is going to be, well, we want to give you the opportunity to compartmentalize the monsters so you don't pull the whole room. And I was like, well, let's go back to the beginning. Let's go to Diablo 1. Diablo 1, there like weren't that many doors, and yet the monsters don't aggro until you go in line of sight. So that's not an answer. It's like I despise doors, like the whole concept of them in ARPGs.
I like how his doors
I've
open
been
in the background, like very
dreaming of the
visibly.
day for me to
You
complain
should just
about
take
it
the
on the
door
big
off the
stage.
hinges.
I hate them. I hate all of them. Any of them, all of them, however long they take to open. I don't know why they're there. Why are they there?
How do you really feel? Sorry. Fun fact, there's like some hidden mechanics that I think the game moves fast enough these days that most people don't really notice. First off, monsters in Diablo 4 can open doors. If they call for help, they'll actually just like open the door and walk in. You can see this very clearly in jail dungeons, right? They'll just like, I see you. I'm smart enough to walk over to you, and they'll just open the door. And this also means monsters like the Butcher can open the door, right? So there's this space where you expect a level of safety, but we're kind of a gothic horror action RPG, and there's a little bit of a spook factor. When you just
No, there's
expect that
not.
you have to open the door, and the game says, nah, not this time. Right? No, no, no. The butcher knows you're here, and so he's going to open the door and he's going to come and get you. There's moments like that that get created. Diablo 1 example, right? Diablo 1, first floor, that catacombs, all the way to I think like 2 or 3, doors were pretty prevalent. They were all there, and it was actually for that reason. So you can kind of control the space of combat. And critically, you can close them. So if you open a door, it's 100 skeletons, like nope, and you just close the door. Don't kill a monster in the doorway, guys. It'll actually block it.
I did that
But
on
as you go
Andariel
deeper,
in Diablo
yeah,
2. Yeah.
yeah. As you go deeper, though, in the Diablo 1 labyrinth, doors become scarce. Your ability to control the space becomes scarce. I think that's actually this problem space we have. Is it's not that doors exist, it's that where's the mechanism where they stop being in the way, right? They have a lot of value really early on and negative value later on. So maybe there's some ways we can mitigate the worst impact of it later while still protecting our normal players who just like are going through it. Maybe they're struggling in a dungeon in the beginning, right? And they still kind of get that cool thematic hit, that flavor hit, that gothic horror hit.
Yeah.
But then people who are blasting, going 700 miles an hour in a dungeon, they're like, oh, gotta open this door. Maybe there's something we can get like a skeleton key. Doors are open.
Maybe we just get rid of doors and GRs that are what are they called? Nightmare
Tower.
dungeons. But all of it, just in the end
Yeah.
game, and maybe that I would take that deal if we could get that one. Um,
It's an idea.
okay,
It's a good one.
let's talk about. I'm sure your guys' favorite subject for the last year or so. Let's talk about tempering and masterworking. I'm sure, like, you've only heard like one or two complaints about that in the last year. Obviously, it was
Yeah.
almost universally hated. Now you hit the tempering for what you want. You only get one of them now. Masterworking, you click, if I remember correctly, you click upgrade 20 times. Then you click one final upgrade to try to GA the thing that you wanted to hit. And if you don't hit it, then you can reset just that one. And there is a little bit of work that you have to put in. You have to get the materials. You have to find the recipe for the tempering that you want. And then if you obviously miss the masterworking, you have to redo it. So it's not completely deterministic, but I guess the question that I guess the two-part question I have is, how did you guys land on this new system to change it? Because we knew it had to be changed because everybody hated it. And then the second part is are you worried that it's too deterministic besides those variables that I outlined, or are there more that I'm missing?
Yeah, so I'll talk about tempering real quick. So tempering, when we released it, was supposed to sort of be, we thought that like what we should probably do is say to you, we're going to, I'm just going to use the language, brick your item early.
Ooh,
Because
he
we
said
felt
it.
like bricking your item early would feel better than bricking your item later, right? Honestly, at this point, I think it's like it could go either way, but I think
And so now
like
sanctification is the
as we
last
sort of
step. So
sanded
it's
off
now
the
we're
edges of
you break it at
tempering,
the end.
right, through the sort of like feedback that I feel like I should have more temporal roles if it has GAs, and I feel like the recipes are too big. The rest of the affixes should go from 6 to 3. We kind of just landed in a spot where it's like this is basically deterministic with extra steps, and maybe like 1 in a million items is going to brick. We think that feels really bad, right? When you feel like you should be earning the coin flip, but you're not, that feels infinitely worse than losing a 1 in 52, for example. So we made the decision to essentially allow you to sort of just temper the affix you want, because we felt like we were in that space already, just with more hoops that wasn't giving you the high highs and low lows that we initially had hoped for. Um, we did worry about making it too deterministic, and that's why we added more and more affix to the base pool. We kind of wanted to say, okay, well, if we're going to give you this affix for free, then we do want you to find some more bases, and the bases should be a little bit harder to find, all the affixes you're looking for. So it was a little bit of a push-pull, right? Like, okay, we'll give you a deterministic affix, but we want the base items to matter a little bit more than. So that's the first part. As far as masterworking, I think a lot of the feedback was, let us roll back one rank. And we felt like the end stage of that, if you map out the statistics of that, it's eventually a 1 in 5, right? No matter what. Like if you can just roll it back, it's a 1 in 5, which is a very big difference between consecutive 1 in 5 3 times, right? To the third power. So we felt like this really, the sort of masterworking update was more just doing what the player wanted in a better UX flow, which is you want to be able to crit the affix you're looking for on a 1 in 5. I will say we are looking at, I'm maybe jumping ahead. I think the thing that is missing from masterworking is that excitement of trying to hit that specific affix that you like got a GA on, for example. So we're looking to like bring that back in some form. I felt like GAing an affix was a little bit too anemic, and we felt like we stripped out too much of the excitement of the current system. So does that answer the questions?
I mean, yeah, that last part is exactly exactly the essence of how I will feel, which I am not always indicative of the entire community, but it's exactly what you just said at the end there. It's how am I supposed to get excited about either of these two mechanics? I will find the recipe, I slap it on for tempering, and I will hit the GA eventually. I know I will on my masterworking, and if I don't, well, the other affix is decent, so I hit that as well. And that's one thing I wanted to talk about later on. But the thing that I'm looking for in hopefully a lot of different ways in Diablo 4 going forward is, where is the dopamine hit?
Mm-hmm.
Where does something miraculous happen that I can print it off and go post it on my fridge and call my friends and tell them this thing that happened? I don't know if either of these systems will do that with the current iteration.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. Like the dopamine, for us to create dopamine, right? Like you kind of have to have really high highs and low lows, right? There can't really be this sort of neutral middle ground for you to feel that excitement. So for us, it's been trying to find like what is a good delivery mechanism for that dopamine. Like obviously there's like the loot dopamine, which I think is different, right? Loot dopamine I think is more a mix of anticipation and like payoff. But for crafting dopamine and things like that, I think there does have to be sort of these high highs and low lows. And I think what we learned so far and what we're trying to do is I think the high highs and low lows really only make sense if your like median outcome is somewhere close to the high end. So I'll give you an example. Like I'm going to talk a little bit about sanctification. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I think like sanctification, especially on the PTR, we're trying to aim for something that was more like eternally relatable or something we could put into the game long term. We want to do some form of item gambling at the end, and we try to keep it a little bit tame. And I think like the learning from that is whenever we try and like do this thing that's right for the eternal game on a season, there's just so much seasonal expectation that this thing's going to blow everyone out of the water and change how you play every single season that we have to put a ton of power into it, which to go all the way back to my previous statement on like the median outcome has to be pretty good. In order to achieve that, like it has to be kind of tame, right? Like it can't be that the top end roll is going to be 1,000% better than the median outcome. And you can see this in tempering, right? Like part of why tempering feels really shitty to gamble is that there's only 1 in 5 affixes that is going to do anything for you, right? Like the weapon tempers is a great example of this.
Where's he going?
Where like double projectiles on your core skill is obviously the only option for you. And that means that every other option, including the median outcome, it just isn't good. So, sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but
No, I love the rambling. I don't love these dogs barking. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's not
oh, shows
driving
your
me
dog.
insane. Sorry about that. Yeah, during the PTR, a lot of people were coming to my stream like, Rax, have you seen Sanctification? Did you see what happened to Rob? Rob had an item and he bricked it. It's like, guys, like the overarching idea here, maybe you don't like the implementation, is good. At the end of the game, instead of having our stupid sword with our 3 GAs on it, level 20 masterwork with the same tempering that everybody has, we got to do something. How many of these swords have you found? Most of you have probably found 700 of them. Let's throw it into something and let's see if we can make the greatest sword ever.
Yeah,
like,
I hope sanctification
I actually
with some
didn't
tweaks
really understand
becomes
like
permanent because I
I
really like the
understand,
system.
like, okay, going through the base game and having these gambles feels bad if you lose, but you have to have the opportunity to lose in order, again, to feel like you're playing the game. It goes back to
You
the
didn't get to
starting
dabble in
with
it much.
15
Yeah, I
skill
didn't mess with it
points,
too
like
much.
you walk
Just
into
the core
Helltide and
idea
you're
behind
already
it, I
mowing
really like.
everything down. It is fun. It
Because
is fun. But
it's like corrupting
at
an
a certain
item
point, it's
in
like,
POE,
oof.
and it's a
So
risk
I don't know.
that has potential
I'm
to
with
make
you
your item
guys that
really
coming
good
up with
or
a
really bad.
core
What?
mechanic,
Did I just hear a
super
Discord sound?
end game items
Streamer mode's
to
on.
hit
I'm
that
hearing
mega
things. Maybe that was
dopamine,
Rax's.
and also,
I don't know.
as you said, and we've talked about this since Diablo 3, in a seasonal setting, if you have a
To make items
mechanic,
tradable.
if you're
I
gonna
mean,
miss,
almost
you're
every
gonna
item in
get
the
it
game is
wrong. At
tradable.
least get it wrong in the player's favor.
Everything
If you
except
get
for
it
mythics.
wrong and it doesn't work for them and they hate it, they'll never let you. They'll never let you live it down.
Yeah, absolutely. You're totally right.
Okay. We're on question 4. Nice. We're going. Okay. The tower.
20 minutes
Seemed
in.
fun.
Well,
Played it.
they started
to
early.
Only level 45, as we talked about before, with the monster things, with the progressing the timer, with the leaderboards. I mean, we finally have an end game thing with the leaderboard. Thank you for that, by the way. We've been begging for that. At least at that whatever mid-level, level 45, it was kind of indistinguishable from me from the pit, at least the gameplay. Maybe it's just because you're mowing it down. Maybe it is different at the highest level. I guess from your guys' perspective, how is the tower different from the pit? How is that going to feel different for players?
Yeah, so our goal, like, why are we even doing this in the way that we're doing this, by the way? So tower and leaderboards are in what we're calling beta. So even when season 11 launches proper, we're still going to be considering them in beta. And part of the reason, I mean, if anyone who played Greater Rifts back in the day just knows Day one versus day 300 of that feature, so much changed. And
Rax probably
frankly,
played more
almost
GRs than
all of it
anybody.
at the time, and we're hoping we can do this again with the tower, was through dialogue with the community and
Or
having
maybe
the
not
community have
anybody,
kind of
but
a
most
chance to
people.
have a voice and help shape this feature. The leaderboard isn't, for us. It's for the community. It's for this kind of social system for everyone to kind of engage with. So the goal has been, hey, we just have to stand this up so that we can start getting into the iterative cycle. And we know the baseline that players have been using is they've been using the pit as kind of a surrogate for this, in absent of an actual mode dedicated to it. And frankly, that's been great that they were able to find a solution, but it's also been a problem because it means we can't just update the pit whenever we want without messing the only competitive thing players have. So we know we have to decouple these. And you can kind of see this a little bit, right, with the season 11 mechanic in the pit. In a leaderboard sort of competitive format, do you really want the weird kooky stuff being the thing that determines your success, or do you want it to be as much about skill and skill expression as possible? So the pit's been kind of stuck in this spork mode, right? Where it's having to do these two things, one officially and one sort of unofficially. And a tower is a first stab at least having a place where we can start doing this competitive mode in a more official way. That actually helps free up the pit to start being crazy again. And it's not going to something that's going to happen overnight, right? Like it's not something that's going to happen immediately. We're taking initial step at it in season 11. But the more stable we make the tower, the more crazy the pit can become. And the perspective here has been like for competitive mode,
Hmm.
you want some sense of consistency between runs, right? Otherwise, we're back to fishing, and it's like, well, the output of the random generation dictates my success entirely, right? I got the good run, I did it. But for kind of a grinding PVE mode, you actually want variety. You want crazy stuff to happen. I
That's
would
true.
love it if I walk into the pit and it's like, nope, it's all goblins all day, top to
Hell
bottom.
yeah.
That doesn't really make sense in a competitive format necessarily, right? But hell yeah, that would be fun as hell to have in the pit. And it's actually kind of a good example, even going back to greater rifts and regular rifts. Goblin rifts happen, goblin greater rifts don't, right? So we look at this as kind of the initial stab at something like this. What we're looking for is mechanical parity with greater rifts in particular, and a far more streamlined version of the pit. The comparisons are apt, but if you really look at it kind of deeply, there's a lot of nuanced differences between them that I think people have been starting to understand and notice. And we're actually seeing kind of the opposite of don't put leaderboards on the pit, right? Put the pit into the tower instead, because they're noticing those difference in the flow. Dungeon generation is entirely different. The algorithm is entirely different between the two. It's like, well, the rooms are the same. It's like, yeah, but they generate totally differently. There is no real dead end or severe dead ends, right? I've seen crazy screenshots of the pit where it's like 5 miles this way and then you're supposed to go the other way, right? So like these little things we're ironing out of the tower. And the intention is at some point down the line where we're feeling really comfortable with this and the community is telling us they're having fun, all those improvements is stuff we're open to bringing back to the pit. But again, the divergence point is going to be one is going to be far more focused on consistency, and the other is going to be far more focused on variety. It's just going to take us a while to get there, and we're kind of seeing the initial separation of this concept from the pit into the tower. And again, I think that's what's going to primarily open the door for the pit to be
Honkers.
whatever the hell is fun versus whatever the hell is great explicitly
Hi,
for
Samantha.
racing as this unofficial leaderboard, right?
I that's something I had no clue on. I did not know that the tower being there similar
At
to
the
the pit
doctor's?
was an
Ooh.
avenue to open the pit to be something crazy. It kind of the way you described it reminds me kind of the visions of enmity in Diablo 3 where you can literally spawn inside of town and then be fighting 3 bosses, or you might be fighting 40 treasure goblins. So I guess
Another
the future
instance of
plan
them
is
moving
to
more towards
have the
D3.
tower be the very
Good way to segue,
competitive,
Rex.
no dead end thing where the pit's going to be very fun. So let me ask you a question. So obviously the inspiration from the towers from Diablo 3 and Greater Rifts took
He took it.
uh I would say a tremendous amount of at least knowledge and some amount of mechanical skill, at least to get a top clear. Like if you're playing Barb, for example,
Maybe
you have
not.
to spear the whole monsters through. You have to ground stomp them together. You have to burn them down with area damage. You have to systematically spawn the pylons, yada, yada, yada. Do you anticipate that? And it's hard, to be honest with you, it's hard for me to imagine this in Diablo 4 because I don't know if we exactly have the same kinds of abilities. I don't know if we benefit as much like with stuff with crazy mechanics like area damage, and I'm not suggesting that you bring area damage forward. But do you think that the level of the skill in the tower is going to reach the same things that were in Greater Rifts?
I will say a lot of the stuff that kind of, yeah, I know you've done guides and videos and things like that on Greater Rift pushing, um, but a lot of that stuff was kind of emergent. It's not like we, other than like Flavor of Time, I guess, or something like that. We didn't explicitly go in and say like, okay, these specific things are designed explicitly to make a Greater Rift run winnable or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That came later as the mode was better understood by both players and developers. But I expect some emergent stuff to happen. And part of the kind of the back and forth between us and the community and the iterative cycle that we're looking to have with this feature is going to be trying to take those things into account, right? Players are going to discover things, good or bad, right? And it's going to be something that we're going to be talking about probably very openly about, hey, we're going to disallow this, we're going to allow this, and we're going to double down on this, we're going to turn this off, and things like that. So the comparison, I don't think is going to be one to one, and frankly, it shouldn't be. So one of the
Good.
pillars that we've got internally for the tower is what we call only in Diablo 4, right? What makes this distinct and makes it belong to this game as opposed to a transplant from a different game? And we're not obviously hitting that right now. We actually don't think we are. So anyone who feels the same way, we agree with you. That's something that we're going to be chewing on down the line. But right now, the goal is stability. Um, I know on the front facing, it's like, well, it's the same monsters and so on and so forth. It's like the entire back end for this has been built from scratch, like all of it. So everything that's powering this behind the scenes is literally brand new. We're making it brand new to be as flexible as we possibly can make it, because I can imagine a future where a season modifies the tower. We want to leave the door open to that, right? Where we can iterate on it and say like, hey,
Didn't they
when
just say they
we're
wanted the
gonna
tower
add
to be
this
more
thing, and then in the
consistent?
next season, it's
I
gonna
guess the
become a
leaderboards
part
are
of the tower or something like
season
that.
based.
And I
That'd be
don't know
fine.
what those are, and frankly, we don't have any solid plans. I'm not trying to tease anything, but the idea is let's make something as flexible as we can so it could be very reactive and very responsive to what the community needs from it, right? Because ultimately, it's for you guys. So that's the ideal, right? Let's see if we can hit it.
So
Yeah,
basically, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
just to touch on like I think you're maybe alluding to some of the group play stuff with like the barb needing to pull in ZTPS and that
That
sort of
was a
thing.
question later. Group plays, support characters. Is that going to be a thing? That was one of my questions.
Oh, that's an amazing question. Yeah, I'll say like when we launched the game, we had a pretty firm philosophy that we didn't want any sort of double dipping across classes because we had heard a lot of feedback that players wanted to make sure that D4 wasn't a required multiplayer game. So we felt a little gun shy on allowing a lot of those sort of multipliers because they could also run like way out of whack, right? As you've seen now with a lot of the multiplicative things that we have in the game. But I think going forward, we're a lot more lax, especially with the tower. We think that that kind of interaction in DPS is actually a really fun way to sort of build into, horizontal progression and that sort of thing. So we do want to support that more going forward.
So if I can summarize, like, as far as like the design of the tower in terms of like the mechanics and the skill required, it's like when you built GRs for Diablo 3, you didn't have the intention of we're gonna pull this all and stomp it and area damage it down and spawn the pylons, and you just observed what happened and what became the meta, and it just became what it became. And now you're saying with the tower, the team is gonna pay attention to what are the intricacies, what are the
And that's
metas,
why they're
and you're
calling
going
it
to
a beta.
discuss
That makes sense, I
how
guess.
they flow in the competitive scene and whether you like them or not.
You'd
and
really
make
love to
changes
hear
like
that the
going
devs know
forward.
exactly
And
what is going to
sounds
make
like
it the
we are
best version
much
of the
more
game
open to like supporty
to,
and
like, going into
group
it, but
play
it makes sense that they don't. They are
mega
humans.
mechanics like we used to have in Diablo 3 potentially going forward in the design.
Yeah.
Keeping
They
the
are
door open for
humans
that, I
after
think,
all.
is just going to give it legs. It's going to make it more interesting. And just some things to throw out there, like, right now on PTR, you have to unlock a tier via the pit to be able to play it in the tower. That's actually just a temporary measure.
Yeah.
When season 11 actually launches, you can just unlock tiers by just playing the tower.
That's good.
PTR is PTR, right? In the actual launch, that's actually going to be the plan. Is you can push the tier up with either mode, however you want. So.
Let me ask you one
feel like-
question on a dirty topic,
maybe
and then
not.
we can move away from the tower.
Did you say a dirty topic?
And honestly, I don't even know if there's anything you guys can do about this, or anybody can do something about
RMT.
this. But I'll ask it anyway. So when I was playing other seasons, there would always be people messaging me, "Hey Rax, I have 200 Duriel runs. You want to run them?" I'm like, "You have 200 Duriel runs. I have like the most powerful build. I've been playing all day, and I have like 7." They're like, "Don't worry about it. I got 200 runs. You want to do it or not?" Da 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 da. My question is, do you think RMT is just going to ruin the tower?
RMT and
people
duping,
just,
apparently?
it happens in every game. It's a problem. Everyone goes to these third-party sites. I get all these emails all the time. Rax, put my Diablo 4 currency site in your YouTube video, and I'll
those
do whatever
too.
it is. Obviously,
I
you
used
don't do
to.
that, but do you guys ever have conversations about this, about RMT? Do you guys have anything you can do to stop this, or is whoever's going to clear the tower whoever has the biggest credit card?
So there's this feature in other games. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called Solo Self-Found.
Yeah.
It's something
Yeah.
that we've been
I've
talking
heard of
about
it.
a lot.
Yeah.
And what we might do with something like that. So we are
A lot of
actively
people just
talking
got
about it.
excited.
We are looking into doing it. It's
Fuck
not going to happen
yes.
in 11. But I also want to throw out there that whatever we do here, kind of taking the Diablo 4 perspective.
Hold
Okay,
on,
cool.
I gotta
All right,
see
he's
his
happy.
chat.
That's good.
I gotta see his chat.
Whatever we do, it has to be in the expression of Diablo.
Okay.
Right? Like, what is the right expression of an SSF
Aw,
mode,
I
solo
thought.
self-found mode
Wait.
in Diablo 4 is something
I'm
that we are
behind.
discussing
I'm behind.
actively right now. I don't have a timeline to share other than it's not season 11.
Yes, he
Stay
did.
tuned.
Yes, he
and
did.
As we kind of communicate more about those plans, we really want people to weigh in and start telling us what they think about the version that we might.
It's his
end up
stream,
seeing.
not theirs. So.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh.
You guys have like a
Pez
different
Radar just tweeted
architecture,
SSF
right? You
eyeball
have an
emoji.
open world. You have world bosses. Da 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 da. You literally have a multiplayer only mode raids.
Yeah, co-op.
Yeah, you have cap. Yeah, so I personally, other people probably won't forgive you. There's going to be people out there that say SSF has to be I'm alone. I never see a player. I can never interact with the player in any way. Data, and that's SSF. And if it's not that, I hate your game. I'm more forgiving in that when I do like the soloable activities that they're solo and I can't trade for gear and I can't swipe for gear or anything like that. Like for me as an individual, not speaking for the community, that would be good enough for me. So anything between that and super completely isolated mode would work for me. So that's so relieving to hear that are you guys saying like it's coming, just not we don't have a date? Is that what's happening? It's coming for sure.
They both nodded.
Again, not season 11. Don't hold us
They
to
both
that.
nodded.
And I can't say which one beyond that because we have to sort things through. And again, we're still coming up with a final plan, and more will
That'll
be
be an
shared
expansion
over time.
thing, yeah.
And there's going to be a lot more transparency, I think, on tower and leaderboards than maybe folks have gotten used to. We know we're going to have it that way to make it the best feature it can be.
That's got to be one of their discords.
So let's move into like the state
Yeah,
of Diablo
I'm excited about
section,
that also.
the Mythbuster section. By the way, it's been an hour. I have a million more questions. I'm having a blast. How are you guys doing on time? How are you guys feeling? Or what's the status here?
For you, Rax, we can keep going.
I'm so comfy. I don't feel like moving.
So
I will hang with
mean,
this as long as they go.
There's a reason we wear it every day. There's a method to the madness here. Okay, so these are tougher questions, but let's just rip the band-aid off. Actually, I think Zavin, you pretty much already just brought this up, and if I was understanding what you said that the team agrees with this. If I'm not putting words in your mouth here, but a lot of people are worried about that Diablo 4 is moving just to being Diablo 3. It's going like Diablo 3.5. We kind of talk like in the tower how like it's not like a perfect transition yet. It's still in beta. If you don't think it's if it's the right iteration of it, you're right. The team feels that way. Have you guys been getting this feedback, and how do you guys go through the process of what you add to D4 or not? Are you just trying to make Diablo 4 the next version of Diablo 3? You said one of your pillars is how do you make Diablo 4 unique? I guess some people feel like that hasn't been shining through at all lately.
I think there's a lot of differences, just obviously, between the games. I think the system's complexity of Diablo 4 is much higher than in Diablo 3. Like, just compare the two paragons, right? They're not really a direct comparison. Compare the two skill systems and things like that. So I think there's plenty of differences in it. We're not actually looking to erode any of those things, and we're not talking about going back to the old kind of skill rune model or anything like that. And I think the right view, it's the view I try to take as much as possible, is somewhat dispassionate. If there's a feature that's right for the game, I don't super care where it comes from. If it comes from a Diablo game, hell yeah, that just kind of means we've proven out it works, right? And it's going to fit in better. But beyond that, it's like, well, we just kind of borrow anything from anywhere. You know, a lot of the modes that, even looking as far back as Diablo 2, even as far back as Diablo 1, they borrowed a lot of things from other projects, other games outside of the Diablo series, right? And that's just kind of been true there throughout. So the intention is not to make this Diablo 3, and it's not to make it Diablo 3.5. Although it's funny because I remember at one point Diablo 3 getting a Diablo 2.5 moniker. So it's never ending, right? And that's okay. It's actually a good thing, I think, when people are like, I see enough of this other stuff in there. It means they're at least kind of staying true to the series to some degree where they feel related. But I think it's always important to do that only in Diablo 4 pillar, frankly, for everything. What is it that makes Diablo 4, and explicitly not Diablo 2, Diablo 1, Diablo Immortal, or Diablo 3, right? We've got a lot of Diablos right now. So it's not a one size fits all solution either, right? Because sometimes, damn, Diablo 3 did it right. Damn, Diablo 2 did it right. And we just look at those things and say,
Diablo
okay,
2
well,
did a lot right.
how do we adapt that? And how do we make it fit in Diablo 4?
Bring back
And
Diablo
something
2 rune
always
words.
changes in translation. It always changes when it gets
Just don't
to
make them
Diablo
so
4.
strong that nobody
So we
uses
can't
anything
be
else.
purist about it either, because some things just don't map, right? The rune system in Diablo 3 doesn't directly map to Diablo 4. No matter how much we try to
Diablo
shove
2,
it.
not 3.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So it just
Diablo
seems
3 didn't have
maybe
runes.
so. That's relieving to hear that you'll borrow anything from anywhere. I guess it just seems. So I guess the phenomenon that's happening here is just lately, the things that we've been bringing in happen to be from D3. But going forward, you're not looking at D3 on the whiteboard and saying, what's the next way that we transform Diablo 4 into this game?
No.
Revealed our secret. No. I think it's a great way to put it. I think it's very fair. I also just like touch a little bit on the design philosophy, right? Like, Blizzard's a very iterative studio. Like we talk about iteration and things like that. And part of that, a huge part of that is driven by what the fans are telling us and what the fans are liking. And I'll just give you like a very interesting evolutionary loop that we've been on.
What's
if you remember
this?
D3 at launch, there was a lot of inspiration from
Raxxanterax
D2.
is doing an
I think
interview
you
with the
remember a lot of
Diablo
like
4 devs about the
D2.5. There
future
was
of the
like
game.
discrete world tiers and difficulties, and there's level locking, and then eventually monster power to replicate players 1 through 8 in D2. And then eventually D3 landed on Torments, which essentially creates those floors that players 1 through 8 was doing. And you think about D4, and a lot of the feedback has been like, oh, we want more infinite scaling. We want more sort of difficulty that scales forever. We like the systems that allow us to really push everything to the limit. And I think like you naturally sort of start to evolve into similar design spaces that D3 went through when they went from we went from a fixed sort of difficulty to ever scaling and infinite scaling. That has a lot of system implications that have very similar answers. So there's this sort of like funny phenomenon where like everything in the ocean floor eventually evolves into a crab. Like sometimes there's like overlapping, sort of design spaces that we do run into. And it's definitely not on purpose where we're looking at D3 and like, what should we copy paste from D3? Our goal is always to like, how do we make D4 more fun? How do we grow the game? How do we make the game bigger? And sometimes it's like, yeah, you know what? Toughness works super well in D3. We're going to have more torments, and we don't want to like reinvent the wheel on this. We know it's going to do the things that we want it to do, and we'd rather spend time on like other new things than like try and really spend a ton of time coming up with a completely new defensive system when the current one we feel like isn't working for us in an infinitely scaling game.
The monster power example and the players 8 and all that kind of stuff is honestly it's such a good case study of this.
Why?
Because D2
Evolution
started with this
makes
idea,
everything
right, of
evolve
the discrete
into
kind of
crabs.
difficulties, and then you had players 1 through 8 to be able to modulate that for yourself.
What?
And then you go into Diablo 3, and we don't have that second part. We just have the first part. We add it, we streamline it into torments. Diablo 4 comes out. Guess what? We're back to discrete difficulty tiers, and then we realize, oh no, this is bad, and hopefully we'll kind of break this cycle at some point. But it really is kind of sort of this crab thing. It's like, well, eventually the game evolves to the point and the player base learns enough about it where they're going to start wanting systems that are very similar to each other. So I know we call it Torment, Diablo 3 called it Torment, but under the hood, go back, it's just players 8. And a lot of systems and features kind of tend to be in this sort of evolutionary thing where the nearest neighbor is Diablo 3, but actually if you go further back in the iteration cycle, it's actually directly from D2 or in some weird cases from Diablo 1, right?
That's very interesting insight. So you said that Blizzard is a very iterative company, and it seems like for a lot of Diablo 4's life cycle, we have been redoing things. I was going to start rattling them up, but maybe it would be easier to say I can't think of very many mechanics that haven't went through some kind of like major redo. And in a lot of cases, is the game better now than it was 2 years ago? I mean, it definitely is. It's just tough because it's hard sometimes for the community to get excited about, hey guys, we're making
Going back to Infernal
defenses
Hordes.
matter. So instead of capping your armor at 1,000, now you'll just stack it with this new stat. It's like, even if it's better for the game, it's hard for the community to get excited about it.
Shit.
Can you guys talk a little bit about like that iterative process or redoing mechanics? Is this, I mean, I would imagine you guys don't like doing that, right? You guys don't like redoing all these things.
I was expecting him to ask about.
Are we getting to a more stable
When's the focus going to be on adding new things?
Mechanics are getting nailed down, and we can maybe focus more on new content.
There it is. Okay.
Or is it a pillar in the Diablo 4 team to be consistently like taking a system here and there and here and there and redoing it perpetually?
Good question. Good question.
This is maybe like a strange example, but
No.
when between the time that the game launched and around Vessel of Hatred, Colin might remember the perfect timing more than me here. I think every single nightmare dungeon or dungeon in the game that can be a nightmare dungeon under the hood changed in some way. Like every single one,
Yep.
all 100 plus.
Yep.
And that happened kind of slowly and sort of like really in a really targeted way to aim at the fact that we knew all these changes were happening. We knew there were some areas that were less than great. Let's be honest. When we first launched it, we knew we wanted to be iterative and wanted to improve stuff. I think that's kind of the heart of it. The intention is not to replace everything just because we can, but every time you replace one part and maybe that part's better now, you look at the whole, we try to get this holistic picture of the whole game. Okay, what is not pulling its weight? What is not helping support the player experience in a positive way? That kind of goes back to all the combat update stuff that we did in season 11. Monsters had been untouched for years, if you really want to go back to like the beta period, right? Like actually
True.
years. We had not modified monster behavior, monster tuning, monster AI. We had not significantly deepened the affix pool that whole time, right? And so a part of the game just felt old and it felt derelict a little bit, right? Because it had not kept it in pace with everything else that we're doing. So being able to kind of take a step back, what does the game actually need to be added? But what are some of the old things that just aren't doing their job? Like we're gonna make those better because otherwise the game just gets all this cruft, right? It just has all this outdated stuff just lying around that no one cares about, doesn't give actual value to the player experience in any way. And frankly, for us is a tax because now we have to maintain stuff that no one wants or cares about, right? So if either we can have it do its job or we can remove it, those are usually the options, right? The worst third option is never touch it. And I think we're kind of looking at, okay, what are the pieces of the game left to make better? Monsters seem to coincide really well with the tower update, so that's why monsters are up this time. But there's, I think we can all think of parts of the game that could be made better, and we're not done. Diablo 4 has a bright future, so.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it
definitely
does.
like a where do we spend our time, right? Like we also try and pair some of these things with new stuff. We've added like a completely new world boss in Asmodan and things like that. And they're usually very different resources. So, when you think about like, well, are you spending a lot of time redoing mechanics? Usually we try and pair it with things that are new, and usually the resources that are redoing things aren't the same. They overlap with adding new things. Like adding Asmodan is completely different in terms of resourcing compared to like let's update the toughness system, which actually was very simple for us to sort of do, and it allows us to add more stuff in the future.
So that brings up an interesting question, and don't answer this if it's going to get you in any kind of trouble or anything. But do you
Why isn't
guys
Diablo in the
have
game?
less resources for the
Oh,
Diablo team in general, for, I don't know, just across the board, for seasons, for the expansion, or whatever? Have you
just
guys
use
gotten
AI. I'm
smaller since Diablo 4
kidding.
has
I'm
launched?
kidding.
Have people gone on to different projects? Or what is that like for you guys, if you can answer?
We're not going to talk about numbers,
Yeah,
but I
true.
will
Very
say
true.
the the process that we use has evolved significantly. So, I think when you're thinking about the base game, it's one big launch, and we just know it's a big launch. So it's all hands on deck to this like one moment. And as soon as that moment's done, then we know we have multiple moments that we're going to be working on. We have multiple seasons, we have multiple expansions, we have events that we have planned. There's collabs, there's all these things, and so the team just naturally splits its focus, and it's actually very normal. And it's actually how the game was built, right? The entire team wasn't working on like one monster or one player skill at a time. For the entire development of Diablo 4, the team was spread wide, working on all parts of it simultaneously. And it just so happened that all those parts were releasing at the same time with Diablo 4's launch, and then again
StarCraft
with
thing was
Vessel
it
of
for the?
Hatred
I
to
don't
some
know.
degree,
I
right?
don't know yet.
But even in that case, we have um, kind of a more specific
The
things that we're
season's like
going after that
what,
map
half over?
differently in time.
Could
So
still
it's not
have
that there's
something,
less
but you'd think
resources
they would
or
have
anything
announced it by
like
now.
that. Like it's not about that. It's more that we know we have certain things we're going to be releasing at certain cadence, and we want to release those things. What does that release need? Let's give it what it needs, right? How does that feed into what happens after? It should be done smartly so that it helps us in the future in
You'll
some
make it
way,
to level
right?
6 and quit.
We don't want the game to have these wild swings because we
Level 6
planned
of what?
poorly. Ideally season to season, it feels like, oh, there's this thing that we're building up, and you can see that sometimes with kind of the seasonal power system, right, as this thing that we kind of developed, and we were able to use it more, and eventually we got some feedback of, hey, maybe you're using it too much, and then we react and when we try different things with it. So it's not a head count issue or anything like that, right? It's how many things do we have going on, and what do those things need, and how can we architect it so we can kind of approach the game holistically instead of just like one thing at a time, right?
Makes sense. Appreciate it. So on that topic, this is probably the most asked question when I went to the community, is talking about seasons. And whenever I talk to people about seasons, usually it always revolves around three main ideas that people are wondering. So, first of all, no matter what kind of a season you make, me included, everyone's always going to ask for more, right? We'll always ask you to do more, which is good. We're always hungry for more content. But one common critique has been they wish the magnitude of the seasons, the magnitude of the changes were bigger, it would happen faster. That's one thing. The second thing is lately, as you just alluded to, we got powers, 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 powers again.
I'm glad we don't in
But
11.
probably the number one thing that I hear the most
Things
from
not
the
going
community
core.
is they wonder why a lot of the seasons aren't around a mechanic that could go core into the game afterward at a
Feels like
certain
wasted
point
dev
to
time.
add just more things to do within the game. So I don't know if you guys want to address any of these three, but how do you guys go about seasons? Maybe have you guys heard this feedback, and what do seasons look like going forward for Diablo 4 if you guys are making any changes?
I can probably help with number 3 on like how do we make the systems and more like sort of content for the player to chew through interesting. One, we believe in this idea, right? Of like the season should be making Diablo bigger over time. It's why we've tackled things like Nightmare Dungeons and Infernal Hordes on like fleshing those out and making those even bigger and
Yeah,
cooler,
Infernal Hordes
adding
was
more
a
lair
huge
bosses,
W.
etc. I think to touch on like let's just go back to
feeling a little stale now,
sanctification
but
as an example. I think what has been a challenge is that when we want to add really cool things to the game, like sanctification or mythics, the way to do it eternally, our hope is that the game gets bigger and there's more options and there's more build variety. I think the expectations of seasons, though, is that when we add this thing, it's super powerful and it's going to impact every single person's build, no matter who you are or what it is. Like Chaos Armor is a great example of this. And it's like, there's kind of like two outcomes, right? Like we can tune it for the eternal game where it broadens the game. It makes horizontal progression more interesting. It means that there's new items to chase that might fit into some XYZ build.
what's happening
And
here?
that's a very different
Rax is
tuning
interviewing 2
paradigm
of the
than
Diablo 4 devs.
Chaos
It's about the
Uniques
future of
impacts
the game.
every single player who plays no matter what in this season. And I think if you just inject like Chaos Armor into the game wholesale at the current power level, I think the game gets pretty boring and bland. And you can look at Mythic Uniques as a great example of this, where Mythic Uniques are insanely powerful. Everyone's like, oh my god, Mythic Uniques are the coolest thing ever. We love them. We love that they're rare. We love that they're powerful. Fast forward a year from now, every top end build has the same 4 Mythic Uniques. And I think that's what would happen if you added something like Chaos Armor just
But
wholesale
if you
into
keep
the
adding
game.
more and more
Now, that
and
doesn't
more,
mean that
you're
we're
going to have more
never
variety
going
of things
to add
to
anything
choose from.
eternally into the game. It's we're trying to find our footing in the right way to deliver some of these mechanics again in the eternal game that doesn't do long-term damage to the game and sets us up in the audience for sadness in 6 months when every build
I hope
is
Rex
4
pushes
Mythic
back on this
Uniques
a
and the
little.
same 2 Chaos Uniques in every slot, right? Then we have a very different problem. So I think we're still trying to figure out like what is the right way to sort of reintroduce a lot of these really cool seasonal
You on
things.
the left looks very young, Colin.
Again,
Yeah.
I'm kind of repeating myself in
I
a
don't know.
way that isn't overall detrimental to overall like sort of health and overall game.
So can I ask you something on that before we go to the other two? So that if I'm understanding correctly, that there's two ways that you think about designing it: either immediately powerful impacts the season, versus it's like a core mechanic. You kind of have to work through it, and it fits in the overall game. Are you thinking as a team that, or maybe you have tried it and you've been bitten in the past, that if you released a season mechanic like option B, where it is kind of a core mechanic that we're trying out, and it's not just a superpower right in the beginning and you do have to kind of work with it to be better, are you thinking that people wouldn't like that season, or it would somehow go wrong?
I think they need to try it.
I think it'd be flat. Like I think
Where are they
sanctification is
matching
kind of
fits?
a good
Rax
example of
always
this,
wears
where
a
we're
blue
pretty
hoodie, so they were
like
copying him.
conservative when it came to sanctification, because what we wanted was this idea of like, yeah, you have 700 of the same sword, and we want this like gamble to be on sort of similar items so it can push one over the edge.
Yeah.
There's a number of reasons why sanctification also didn't feel as powerful, right? We took power out of masterworking, etc. But I think that's like a good example, like most immediately, where we try and tune something for the eternal game and we get a lot of feedback that it doesn't have the like sort of spiciness or sexiness of like, holy shit, this new thing is impacting every single build and I'm way more powerful. So I think what we're trying to do is like, okay, let's take this thing. It's going to be really awesome for a season. Then we're going to take it out and we're going to workshop it in a way that can be delivered back into the eternal game that isn't going to be carrying all the weight of a season. And it makes the overall game and systems more interesting and bigger.
I think part of the reason why that
Mm-hmm.
option A for me, where it's just this amazing power and it just dominates,
We get
why
too
that
strong
that doesn't
already.
feel good to me is the current iteration of Diablo 4 with the stuff that we talked about earlier. How you start with 15 skill points, how you cap your armor and you're dominating, how you just do so much damage that when the seasonal theme that I'm given is just this really sexy additional power, it's like for me personally, that was the last thing that I wanted. What I
We
wanted
don't need to
was
do
I
trillions
wanted
of
something to
damage.
do. I wanted a mechanic to work through. I'm wondering if after a lot of these changes that you're implementing go through, let's just imagine what the game is very balanced. The game is very challenging. You have these capstones to overcome. If you add a big sexy power there, does that just take us back to where we were, where you're just running through it versus a new mechanic? It's like, every time I get to the capstone, I do a lot of damage, but I don't have any defense. But they added this new crafting system, which has these interesting parts where I could craft some defense. Maybe in the future, you could, like the other option of making like a core mechanic would work if Diablo 4 itself as a base game had changed.
Yeah, I
The
think. Oh,
I
go
was
ahead,
gonna
Sutton.
say, you can kind of think about like one area where I think we have had some success is activities layer, some of the content layer, right? Infernal Hordes was a seasonal thing. It's just part of the game now. Same thing with the pit, um, and eventually Belial and stuff like that. So anytime that there's a part where we're like, okay, that can safely make its way and can just slot in, we'll just do it. There's been some powers in the past where we've converted them over to be an item that you can get instead. So we're looking for ways to do this. It's just to the point I think Colin was making, not such a clean exercise every single time, given that we have sort of these competing ideals. Of hey, I just want to get into the season and I get to experience the cool thing, not the best version of it, right? And I still want some progression. So, but I should at least feel something has changed for between today and yesterday or whatever when I was playing. And then the version of that just stays in the game forevermore. Because if we do that every single time, 5 seasons from now, when the season starts, you have +5 mechanics on top of what was already there, right? They're
Good.
all competing for attention. I
Do
think that's
it.
going to naturally put us in a position where we have to have severe inflation and power growth, power creep, just to make sure that the new thing can have some space to live in an otherwise crowded space, right? So it's just a process, and anytime we have an opportunity to bring something back, we're just gonna. It just makes the game better.
I mean, bloating is a real thing. It absolutely happens. I've seen it many, many times. So and I'm sure I would imagine I'm not a developer. It's way harder to develop for B than A, right? To make some really cool thing to throw in there, that's probably a reasonable ask. But
I wonder
making
if we're gonna have to get
making
all
a
the
core
statues again.
mechanic that is
So renown
interesting
is no
and
longer a
advances
seasonal
Diablo
thing at all.
4 and doesn't add to
So
the
no,
bloat
you
and
won't have to.
everyone's gonna like it. Yeah, just make that every time. That's probably a much bigger ask. Um, okay, so here's a question, and I would the way that I would ask this is maybe a way to change some people's minds on this, like an opportunity, like a maybe we spin this into like a positive thing. But there are some people that are questioning whether they want to purchase the next expansion. Some of the things, like with the previous expansion, when they said the final boss was Mephisto's dog, we got left on a cliffhanger. We didn't have an epic battle with Mephisto. The Spiritborn is 50 tiers
They talked about
better
battle pass change now.
than every class, which, by the way, was fun for a while. The Evade Spiritborn, it was fun. I don't think anybody can deny that. There are some people worried about whether they should purchase the next expansion. did you guys kind of feel that some of the things in the expansion didn't quite go the way that you wanted? And are you feeling like the next expansion is going to be um, really good for the game that
I'm
people
guessing
should
they're not
go
going
out
to be
and
able to
buy?
say too much. I'm curious how they respond here.
Am I feeling that the next expansion is going to be good for the game? Yes. Yes.
That's about what I expected.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we'll just. Okay. Okay. Well,
Yes, I
Good
didn't
answer.
make
Good
that. There, it's a
answer.
longer sentence. Yeah.
I'll take it. um. Okay. Here's another question about balancing. Right. I would think that balancing the game for you guys is like pretty much impossible. Like I love numbers, I love math, I like sitting around in spreadsheets, and I don't know how I would do it. And the reason that I don't know how I would do it is we kind of talked about this earlier. The magnitude of a lot of things in the game has gotten kind of out of control. It's like, are you hitting for billions? Are you hitting for trillions? Da 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 da. And I see some core mechanics that are changing, like the health potions and the healing, and the monsters are getting stronger. And you don't start with 15 skill points. Is this part of a bigger plan to bring the numbers back down to planet Earth? And will that in turn help you balance not only the characters but the monsters and the encounters and pinnacle content and the tower and things like that? Is that the plan that's going on here?
I'll say like it's a secondary plan. Like I think like what we are looking for are areas where we've inflated power and it's not actually doing anything for you, the player, to feel more satisfied as part of what you did, like a reward. Or if it's not just not a meaningful choice, like something that we think a lot about in terms of character customization, is what is a meaningful choice? Like, do I want a defensive aspect or do I want a unique with the damage multiplier in my slot? I'm taking a lot of damage, so I'm going to equip a defensive aspect. We like those chunky, meaningful choices. So what we are looking for are places to take out, sort of just power for power's sake. I think skill points is a good example where it's like it's not actually making the game more interesting. I think it's actually making the game less interesting, and the choices matter less. You just think about like, do I actually give a shit about this blue item at level 2 if I'm level 16 actually when it comes to the skill tree? And it's like probably not. So we are looking for ways to trim those out. I say it's secondary because um, generally, again, our first primary goal is creating those meaningful choices. And if that sometimes results in higher damage, then, I think we'll take that. It is something we don't necessarily love, though. So I'll agree with the like billions and trillions of damage is definitely something that we don't try and do. Um, so that'd be my answer on that one.
Well, it makes sense. So that it seems like it may all just kind of resolve itself as you take a look at the different, as you said, as you take a look at the different choices that people make and try to make it interesting. It seems like what you have developed lately is driving those numbers down, which once they are down, I think will just help with the. I would imagine it would just help design with the design of the rest of the game.
Totally.
A really simple example in season 11, right, is the renown stuff, including the altars and the power you get from those kinds of things, right? The massive disparity between somebody who's played from the very beginning versus somebody who just starts playing is really, really difficult to balance.
I have a story about this. I love that Twitch can pause and rewind now. When they gave me early access to play the expansion before it came out, they gave me basically a new account that did not have any of the renown on it. Playing in normal difficulty was so much harder than like playing on like higher like hard difficulty was easy on the main game. Normal was very difficult without renown. It is wild how much of a difference it makes. Anyways,
Or it's like start at level 1 at either theoretical, level 1, or you have a bunch of skill points and a bunch of stat points and a bunch of paragon already
Right.
and way more
Yes.
potions. These are two different worlds. Players were not playing in the same space, even with a seasonal fresh start, which, like, by definition needs to accomplish that, right? So I know it's like it's a loss, but to Colin's point, there's not really anything interesting about starting with all that stuff that you gained. The whole point of a season is to have that refresh cycle. And it was starting to be detrimental to the overall balance of the game. So out it goes.
I completely agree. Just a quick time check. I'm having a blast. I got some fun questions coming up. How are you guys doing? You want to keep going?
I'm still comfy.
Hell
Still good.
yeah. I like that
The hoodie
attitude.
saved the day again. Okay. Uh, let's talk about my favorite topic, endgame. Towers here. Leaderboards are here. I like that. Thank you. I'm very interested to see like the progression of it as we go forward. It's in beta. We're still hitting for billions. Like, it's whatever. But I appreciate that it's there. Do you guys have plans to add more pinnacle encounters to the game or anything
Please.
like that? Is that on the radar at all, or other end game content? Like, another thing that you guys added was you added the raids, and I guess I had the World of Warcraft mentality. I was like, okay, well, World of Warcraft, you have Gruul's Lair and Magtheridon. We do a Serpent Shrine Cavern, and then they'll release Tempest Keep, and then they'll release Mount Hyjal. But we've still had the same thing. Can you guys talk to me about just high? I know you don't want to give anything away, but high level end game plans. And are we ever going to see something like Uber Lilith, where we can wipe 1 week in a row and see if we can get 1 kill on her? I
Hell
thought that
yeah.
was amazing, personally.
On the raid, the intention was not necessarily to enter this kind of cyclical MMO style thing. It's kind of incongruent with the rest of the systems of the game, which is, yeah, if you want to go progress, go do this one piece of content, right? We have a different sort of end game, so we kind of look at that almost in the same vein as
Mhm.
Echo of Lilith that you were kind of bringing up, which is like, hey, here's the thing that you can go and you can achieve, you can accomplish, and it's like this big challenge you can go and do, and it's not necessarily intended to be this massively replayed till the end of time sort of thing. It just kind of exists as this, I sort of did it and I can challenge myself
It
to
would be
do
cool
it.
if, like, when you kill
But
Lilith,
we are
it just
interested
like
in, other ways we
gives
can
you some
leverage this
kind of permanent
content
stat
in the seasonal framework,
boost
where you can say like,
boost
oh
for
yeah,
the
you can
season.
go do
Does
that.
something
Maybe you
for
get
you,
something for it for doing it that one time, kind of like what
not
we've
just
done
a
with
spark.
Echo of Lilith, right?
Something a little more
So
interesting.
looking for
I don't know.
opportunities like that is, I think, the right space for something like that. We're
Even a
not
title for
necessarily
killing her
looking
each
to
season
add
or something.
more
I don't know.
explicit, like super difficult raid content in the context of like raid tiers in an MMO, right? Maybe someday we do it just to have more stuff for that kind of feature, but the positioning of that is very different in the action RPG space than in the MMO space. And we're not looking to change the action RPG into an MMO.
Is one of the reasons like maybe you wouldn't want to add more raids is because you guys are working on SSF and that's more of like a multiplayer only thing? Would that be like, do you guys consider that like a waste of your developer time?
Not really. At least I
There'll
don't
be
view the
people who play
game
both ways.
in this sort of like this monoculture sort of way, right? I kind of think of it as we have a bunch of different audiences that play this game. One thing that
Preach.
unifies them: dark gothic action RPG. They like Diablo, cool. What are all the facets of that? Let's make sure everybody gets what they need from the game, right? The needs of a casual person trying to play through the campaign on the couch is very different than somebody pushing solo self-found leaderboards, right? They both get to be happy, and we can do we can do everything we can to make sure that they're both happy, and we believe we can.
Okay. One of the most widely
Titles or
discussed
emblems,
topics
yeah.
would be the skill tree. And, it's been accused of being, kind of
Skill twig?
small in
Say it.
magnitude in
Skill
terms
What do
of
they
twig?
the
call it, Rax? Tell me exactly.
Well, I don't know. Like, how mean can I be? How mean can I be? I'm trying to be nice here.
The skill twig.
The skill twig, and I know you know this, Colin. I know we've talked about this before, but it's that's honestly not like the only problem with it. It might not even be like the main problem with it, right? It's also like where you derive your power from. Like every cool thing that I will ever get
we
on
already
my
know
build
changes for this
has
are coming.
nothing to do with my skill tree, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So obviously, without like giving away future plans, if I remember correctly, not to put words in his mouth, I think Adam said that the skill tree is a major focal point for you guys. Can you just tell me like the high level ideas of how you guys might approach expanding this in the future?
Yeah, so you touched on it. The skill tree is the foundation of your build. and we feel like it's not doing enough to create a broad foundation for builds. So there will be major updates on it on the horizon. That's all I can say.
Okay, this is NDA stuff, guys. We gotta wait for that. Okay, but it sounds
They've
like
already
they know
done interviews about it.
what's problem here. So this is one of the things that makes me the most sad in Diablo 4, and it has to do with, I believe it was what Zabin said earlier, or maybe it was Colin. I don't know. We
One
were
of the
all
two.
talking about everything, where we talked about mythic uniques, right? And how when they first came out, they were the greatest thing ever, and nowadays
The lack
they're
of
a
dopamine.
formality, right? You get your pieces, you craft it, you go kill Belial or Duriel 100 times. It will drop. You put it on. It's a formality.
If not, you craft it.
The thing that I loved in Diablo 2 so much,
Say
I
it.
don't know if
Say
there's
the D
ever
word.
been a game that just gives you that
Say the D word.
dopamine hit
There it
when
is.
a jaw rune drops or a griffin's eye drops. That is, it's just the best feeling. Do you guys, have you guys looked at that system at all about injecting some kind of dopamine in the future where these mega drops can just happen just by playing? You get home from work, you put the kids to bed, and you're just hoping to hit the miracle on the slot machine here rather than just methodically checking the boxes and putting on your 4 mythic uniques every single season.
Yeah, I think this is something that's very near and dear, right? Like the game should have these exciting moments. Actually, because we have the opportunity to talk to you, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Oh.
When we add the leaderboard, and this is a genuine question, when we add the leaderboard, are you going to be okay if your leaderboard placement in a lot of ways sometimes comes down to somebody who got the god drop? Like if we could make all the mythic unique super fucking rare, right? Only
said an
one
F
in,
word.
I don't know, let's just say a million drop. And if the person above you is above you because he has Tyrael's might, do you think that's going to be a frustrating experience?
If he didn't swipe for it, I mean, I think about it reverse. Why wouldn't they win?
Okay.
Why, like,
That's awesome. Yeah.
if you logged in SSF
Uh-huh.
and we're blasting and you got the sword of 1,000 truths, dude, bro, if you don't win, you fucking suck, dude. You suck.
I
Like-
love that. I love that.
Like,
The
Yeah.
Sword of 1,000
I
Truths.
would never withhold
Oh,
putting
man.
the sword
That's
of
a
1,000
throwback.
truths in Diablo 4 for fear that someone might find it over me and beat me. It's exactly the opposite. If you have the sword, I'm going to try to beat you, and then I'm going to be DMing you and tell you what a fucking noob you are. Because if I had that sword, I would have done 10 tiers higher.
All right. All right.
You know what I mean? No,
Yeah.
that doesn't bother me at all. But it would bother me. It would bother me if I was playing on standard mode and the guy has every single mythic unique because he swipe or whatever you want to call it, legendary item because he swiped for it. Which is why I'm so glad to hear SSF is coming, because I already know unfortunately the top of the leaderboards are just going to be an RMT joke outside of SSF. I don't know how you guys would combat that.
Yeah. That was a great
What's
answer.
going
and I
on? We
appreciate
were
that.
waiting for you,
So
B-Mag.
like we do want to create more dopamine drops in the game. I think part of it right now is that a lot of the cool drops in the game are very
Raxxanterax
much
is interviewing
customizing
the
your
Diablo
build
4 devs about the
as
future
well
of
as
the game.
giving you a ton of power. And I think what that means is without that customization, build crafting is pretty flat. So we've had to jack up the legendary and unique rates, because you can't assemble a build without all the aspects. So that's like one part of it, but yes, we do want to add more dopamine drops to the game. We're trying this
D4
with
things, yeah.
sanctification, right? Like we also, outside of drops, we're hoping to create some crazy highs of the sanctification outcomes. So it's something that we do want to add to the game very much.
And I wanted to kind of double down on if the only thing that can elicit that, that feeling is a specific, a helm or a whatever dropping like an item piece of gear, that's a very narrow space. But trying to make as many different avenues where this can happen kind of spreads it around and doesn't put all the pressure on one single part of the game having to deliver that sort of dopamine hit. So sanctification is a good example of how this may be kind of expressed through the crafting side. right? And we're
For the
looking
hood's
actively
reference,
for other places
yeah.
where we
So
can kind of
Rax
create
always wears a
that
blue hoodie.
that
That's kind of his
feeling
gimmick.
outside
He's worn
of
it
the
for like
space
6
of this
years now.
very specific piece of
Every
gear
single
dropped with
stream.
this very
So they
item,
all put
specific
hoodies
item
on.
dropped.
They
Not to
were
say in place
doing
of
the interview
those,
with
right? But
him.
in addition to those, so those don't have to hold up the entire thing on their back. Game's really big. We feel like there's space that's worth looking at. So that's this kind of stuff we're looking
I
at
thought
right
about
now.
putting one on too, but it's
Yeah,
too hot in here.
there's lots of avenues, right? Like for example, you said the tower there opens up the pit to maybe give you a goblin level that might make you feel like $1 million, for example. That's
Yep.
not a legendary item that could feel good. So here is a very interesting question. Let's just talk about crafting at its highest level. So is crafting ever going to take a bigger role in Diablo 4? When I wrote this question, I've
What about
heard
the cow
people
level?
talking about
If
it.
they
When
give
I
him time,
started to
he'll
think
ask it. It
about
was
like
on
you
his
guys
list
are
of
systems
questions.
guys, when I thought about crafting in the Diablo franchise, it really hasn't ever been that crazy. Like, what do you do in
True.
Diablo 2? You have some cube recipes. That's something. And but it's just
Diablo 3, you have
re-rolling
some
in
cube
Diablo
recipes.
3
That's
and da da da
something.
da da. Like it hasn't been like a huge like entire system that I can remember ever in a Diablo
What's up,
game.
little grim guy? How you doing?
But are we going to expand this beyond tempering and masterworking? For example, are we going to be able to take like a good base item, 0 to hero, and turn it into
You have
something
arrived.
fantastic?
Welcome.
Is that on your radar?
presence has
How
been
do you
felt.
approach like that system at the high level?
As someone who doesn't
Yeah,
play
it's
D4's crafting
definitely
bad,
on our radar.
crafting's
And
good.
just to go
It
back
doesn't
to
have
a
any.
point Zavin brought up, there's
It
a
has
lot of
very,
different
very, very
people who
little
play the
crafting.
game, and it's not always just like, oh, are you core player, are you casual player? There are some people who just really like crafting, and that's how they like getting their items, and we want to service that. So yes, crafting is absolutely something that we do want to flesh out in the future because we think it's one of those places where
Why
it
aren't I
feels
playing
really good
something?
to have
Because this
that
is an
place to
interview
pull the
about the
slot machine
future
lever. And
of
like,
a
can I
game
craft a
that
good
I'm
base into
invested
something
in, and I
amazing?
want to
So
know
that is something
what the
that
devs are thinking
we
about
are
it.
very interested in exploring.
No crafting, so it's just
Are
RNG
you
based. There's a
thinking that
little
in
bit of
that
crafting, but
system
mostly
that even
yes.
stuff like gray items or blue items would have value?
Hi,
Like you
Emily.
would pick them up and go from there, or are you thinking like it starts with like a yellow item, or maybe you haven't hashed that out yet?
Potentially, yeah, for sure. We're not ruling it out.
Yeah. We're definitely further in terms of steps to that, but it's not off the table.
They look young.
Okay.
One of them does.
Loot filter. Loot filter. Diablo 4. Is that a thing?
We're looking into it
Hmm.
actively.
Okay, actively. Oh, okay. That's a little better. Okay.
So if you think about like ever since loot 2.0 or smart loot I should say in Diablo 3, like the game just like clears out some stuff for you. So arguably the game just has a built-in filter of sorts, and it just sort of just does things for you behind the
No loot
scenes
filter either. No.
to make it feel smarter, so you get drops and stuff. So it's a process to kind of sort through what it is that we actually need from something like this.
Okay.
I made a video on it. Go watch it.
So I guess kind of tied to loot filter.
Talking to them, not to you guys.
We're gonna get more stash space. Is that a thing?
Stay tuned.
Jeez. How about Diablo in the
So
Diablo
we
game?
got a roadmap for last year.
Yeah,
Will we get a roadmap for 2026? Is it coming anytime soon? Anything on a new roadmap?
Yeah, so that was the 2025 roadmap, and here we are rapidly getting to the end of the year. So kind of going forward, we're probably going to be adjusting maybe how we like phrase it and talk about it. Something more like a more broad framework of it as opposed to an explicit sort of like launch window thing, maybe. But we are looking at what is
Just a
the right
bad
kind of
mobile game?
format to
I
talk
mean,
about the future plans. Something like the tower,
not,
as an
but-
example, is just going to have sort of its own timeline and its own
D3
reality
is
that's
more of a
going to be
mobile
working
game than
because
D4
it's really
is.
iterative. Like we know we have
And the lore and
big
cinematics are
blank
way better in
post-it
D4 than they
note,
were D3.
insert major iteration here,
Right.
right? And it's like, oh, I don't know, let's see what players say, and then we'll do stuff, right? So we kind of have the slots set aside to be able to do some of these things. We don't have explicit plans in all cases. So making a roadmap into 2026 gets way more complex to talk about because it's a IOU iteration at this time,
Yeah.
and we just don't know what those plans are in some cases.
Is it just me, or is that actually a better situation to be in? Because what we were in before, it looked like you guys had already worked ahead, but then like right away people said they didn't like powers and we got it 4 times in a row or whatever. But now you're like, okay, I have this new feature and I'm gonna take all
Isn't
the
there only
feedback
two or three
and I'm just gonna
cinematics?
spend a ton of
I
time with
mean,
all the feedback that we gave the next season making it better
there
in
were
addition to
only a
whatever else you
few
have.
of like the highly
That
rendered,
sounds way
fully
better
cinematic
to
ones,
me
but there was a
than
bunch of them in
what we
there.
had before, right?
Eh, they'll
They were
have
just
their
rendered with
positives and
in-game models,
negatives.
but they
I
looked
suppose
really
that's
good.
kinda how I look at it. So like, if you go look at
The
the
in-game ones look
2025
better than the
roadmap,
D3 cinematics, in my opinion.
power and leaderboards are on the other side of the year, but you're playing them now. So things change even in the roadmap, right? Like we
Yeah.
literally listen and adapt those plans, and
Full
if
render
we have to
Yeah,
move
there was
things
only a few
around,
of
then move them
those,
around.
but
That's
like
always
I
been
said, the
true.
in-game
And I
ones
think
looked better than D3
arguably
cinematics
one of
did.
the
They looked
biggest
really, really
problems
good.
with a roadmap of any kind is it feels like it's
What just
set in
happened to
stone.
Rax's room?
Whereas we all know things change and we can move things around. But it
Ugh.
feels like it's a very strong commitment and the players don't have any, voice and there's no opportunity to react. It's like, no, we absolutely have an opportunity to react and respond and change things, right? But do we really want someone to like every day go and
Haven't seen
maintain
D3s
this
in years,
like
probably
public
remembering wrong.
roadmap
Yeah,
all
they
the
were
time?
kind
So
of ass.
maybe the
Like,
framework
they
approach
had
works
a
out better.
decent
We'll
amount of
see.
them, but they were like, weren't they just like,
Okay.
most of them were just like
Question for you
drawn
guys. Do you
characters that
guys
like
have
with the
any
backgrounds animating
plans
and
to
stuff. There
add
wasn't really like
horizontal progression
a lot of
to
CG
Diablo 4?
cinematics
Maybe
that I
something not like
remember. Maybe a couple.
completely based upon power level
I think
or
D2 had
moving
most.
further along in the actual game, just like fun little side things. Is that on your guys' radar at all? Do you guys allocate any developer chats or time to things like that?
I think one thing I think we think very highly of is like alting. I think it's a really fun way of horizontal progression in the game. And right now, like I don't think there's enough vectors for you to get cool gear for your alt, right? And I think that's something that's definitely missing. So like alting is something that we think is really cool in terms of horizontal progression. We've tried to do some of this with some of the
Give us a loot
season's
filter.
journey
Turn off
objectives
smart
in the
loot.
past, where
Done.
like there might be some interesting side things for you to go do. That's a little bit more horizontal. I'll say like another thing that I think kind of we think is a cool opportunity space is just horizontal progression within your own character, like assembling new builds and things like that. It's part of why we added the armory. I do think like one of the things that is making horizontal progression in terms of like I'm a fire mate or fire sork and I wanna create a frost sork is there's a couple of systems that really calcify your build in an obnoxious way that prevent you from wanting to
Blue
switch
Hood dude, is he like the face of D4 content
archetypes.
creators?
No plans
So
or anything
he
like that.
used to
More
be
just a
one
note
of
on
the
like,
biggest
yeah, it
D4
feels like
content creators,
Paragon
and
sort
he
of like locks you into
notoriously
things, and it's really tedious to
is
undo.
like very critical on the game
So
because he
that's like
loves
a
the
potential
franchise and wants it to be
opportunity
better.
space that we'd
And that's
love
why
to
they gave
like
him the
make better
interview,
in
I
the
think,
future.
because they're trying to make the
Obviously
game
nothing real yet,
considerably
but
better.
more just commentary on it.
That was my next question. Any plans to update the Paragons? We'll consider that one answered. So
Ah, shit.
I'm,
What did they say
I'm
about Paragon?
guessing that I won't get an answer
Oh, I
on
missed it.
the next 4 questions.
Wait, I can
but
rewind.
Pardon me.
I think we think very highly of is like alting. I think it's alting is for you to go do.
I went back too far.
Like assembling new builds and things like that. It's part of why we added the armory. I do think like one of the things that is making horizontal progression in terms of like I'm a fire mate or fire sork and I wanna create a frost sork is there's a couple of systems that really calcify your build in an obnoxious way that prevent you from wanting to switch archetypes. No plans or anything like that. More just a note on like, yeah, it feels like Paragon sort of like locks you into things and it's really tedious to undo. So that's like a potential opportunity space that we'd love to like make better in the future.
That's good. That's good.
Obviously nothing real yet, but more
Yeah, I
just
never used the
commentary
armory
on
system. I'm glad it's in there, but
That was my next question.
doesn't
Any
feel
plans
great.
to update the Paragons? We'll consider that one answered. So I'm guessing that I won't get an answer on the next 4 questions, but pardon me while I just YOLO them anyway, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I guess let me ask it this way. Maybe I can get an answer if I ask it this way. Why is Diablo not in Diablo 4?
He's busy, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. I hope he becomes unbusy because I would love to see him. He's in the other Diablo games.
We
Uh,
are, we've been really focused on telling the story of kind of the age of hatred is what we've been kind of thinking about this internally and connecting all of this stuff. And everyone saw obviously in the base game with Lilith and then connecting to Mephisto and then the Harbinger and stuff. So,
He's coming,
there's
boys.
plans
He's
in the
coming.
future, but they are squarely focused on this current arc.
Okay, we're still battling Mephisto. We'll see Diablo later. He's busy. I actually can't believe this isn't in the game. The cow level, like, how is that not in? That's like the most fun thing to do.
What's the cow level?
What?
How do we not have that?
Never heard of it.
The
I
what?
have
The cow level. You know what I'm talking about.
No,
I don't know what you're talking about. There's a cow level?
God
I
damn
think
it,
you
you
mean the
guys.
farm.
Like
I know there's
in
some cows.
Skulls Glen, the cows that roam around the.
Yeah, I killed whatever it was, 600 of them, and I went to the stupid ass shack or whatever, and then the Discord
I love that
data
they're playing
mined all
dumb
the
here.
things, and it was just a wild goose
It's so
chase.
stupid, but it makes me happy.
Yeah, I did that. I did it
All right,
twice. I did
We don't know what that is.
I did it twice actually. You guys
Don't
know
know what that
exactly
is,
what
sorry.
that is. You put it in the game. You're
I
think that's in
you're
the game.
gaslighting me.
No.
Sounds like a very elaborate hoax, if I had to
It
guess.
does.
I think probably good to move on. So
Okay. So last question and we'll wrap it up here. And I'm not going to get an answer, so let me try to ask it in a way
Paladin?
that I might get an answer.
Paladin?
It seems like all of us, like not at Blizzard, really like the Paladin, and you guys don't seem to share the same love for the Paladin that we do. So is that true? Like why? Like what's the deal with the Paladin here?
can you describe what you mean? What is a paladin?
The holy man that goes around and burns everything and
Oh,
does
Crusader.
does the
Yeah,
smite and the hammers, you know?
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like a
Crusader was
crusader
a
but
fun.
better.
I mean, I think Crusader was a fun class. I don't know, maybe.
Debatable.
Yeah,
Maybe one day.
who knows? I don't know if it would fit, honestly. Paladin seems kind of like outside the ballpark. So
Yeah, Necro has a shield, so it's good enough.
Yeah. Oh God, that was terrible. Okay.
What's going on with the Paladin?
Well,
It's been rumored to be the
on
next
on a
expansion
more
class
serious
for a long
note,
time,
for
and
me,
they're just
not as
having
a
fun with
host,
it,
but for me
'cause
as
they're not
just a
ready to
fan of
announce it
the
yet.
Diablo franchise, for you guys to sit here for more than 2 hours, answer all my questions, just YOLO it, and have a real deep discussion about the game. It means a lot to me. I had a blast talking to
the
you
silliness
guys.
is appreciated. Yeah,
Hope you
yeah.
guys felt the same, and we'll see.
There's a way to
we'll
do
see what
silly
the,
that feels good,
what
and
the
there's a way to do
community
silly that
thinks of it.
feels
But
bad.
I
And that was fun.
absolutely loved it. Hearing what I don't like hearing me talk, but I liked hearing what you guys had to say. So I really appreciate you guys taking the time. I had such a great time talking to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
likewise. Thank you so much for having us. Like,
Yeah, I
this
think
was
they
a ton
got
of
through
fun, and
pretty
it's cool
much
to be able
his
to
whole
talk
list.
to you in an open forum like this. So it's very unique. Thank you.
And are you guys are there more interviews coming? Are you talking to
Yeah,
Rob? And
yeah.
then is there another interview? Like, do you guys know anything about that? I think Rob has an interview as well, right? Is it with you guys or?
Yeah, I think it's us.
Okay.
It looks like he got through pretty
Excellent.
much
So
every
we'll
single
see
one of
what
his
Rob can cook up there.
questions.
And
Hell yeah.
I don't know. That's all I had, guys. So
Yep.
if you don't have anything,
Duck tomorrow and Rob on Thursday.
You say
Yep.
duck?
Thank you.
That's right. That's the order. Yeah.
all right, guys. Well, thanks for everything. Let's do this again in the future. Let's meet back.
I'll probably watch
sometime,
the
and
Rob
if you
one,
want to go for round
but I don't
two,
think the other
I
one's
would
going to
love
be in
do that.
English. So
Yeah, me too.
I think it's mostly positive.
Awesome.
So
Thanks, dude.
I saw
Okay.
something on the
Trax.
partner Discord
Later.
that
Later,
sounds
guys.
like chat was very brutal, but I didn't see that because I didn't have chat up. But
All right. Well,
I wanna hear what Rax said afterwards.
I really wasn't reading anything from chat. I was
Anything from the interview I'm most
dialed in
excited
there.
for?
I had more questions, but we weren't.
the potential of solo self-found.
Trying to read the room.
They tease it that's coming, which is exciting
Alright.
because this game needs it because they're finally adding
All right,
leaderboards,
give it to me,
a new
give it to
competitive
me
in-game
straight.
mode
What
with
did you guys
leaderboards.
think? Did you like it, or did you think it was dog shit? Give it to me straight. I can take it.
Oh boy.
I got a chubby. That's the first thing I read. Jesus. I didn't ask about enchanting. Enchanting?
What about enchanting?
You didn't
Probably
like that they ignored the
It's like
Diablo question?
one of the better crafting things in the game. Or one of the least
It looks like some
disliked, I
people
should
hated
say.
it and some people loved it. That's usually what
Yeah,
you get
sounds about right. People who hate it are
in
the
life, I guess.
POE lovers, which is fine. I get it. POE only, I should say. I get it.
You did good, they did bad, they answered nothing. You guys don't think they answered anything?
They added a lot, or answered a lot of things.
I thought some of their answers were pretty interesting.
Uh-huh.
They said we're getting SSF. Is that not something?
How did it go? I thought it went well. Sounds like his chat was very split. SSF is coming, Quigs.
I didn't ask about MTX. That is true. I didn't ask them about the shop. I knew that was. I should have known that would have been very high on everybody's priority list.
Is SSF going to be offline mode? I don't think it'll be offline. I think it'll still need to be online. They didn't specify. They just said it's coming in the future. They didn't even say when. But I would assume it's still going to be an online only game. But I could be wrong.
Well,
I could be wrong.
Guys, I understand.
I think the reason they do
didn't answer
online
some
is
of the
mostly to
questions.
prevent
They
cheating.
probably have,
But
like, an
what was the question?
actual
Oh, I didn't ask a
proper
question. I just said
announcement for,
SSF
like,
is
things
coming.
like the expansion, like
Solo
whatever's coming
self-found.
in the expansion. They
So you
probably
can't trade.
have a proper announcement for it, and they're not going to announce to the world what they're releasing on some random
And probably
dude's
can't party.
Twitch channel, right? Like, I didn't
That would
expect
suggest the
I didn't
solo part.
expect to get answers from these things. I mean, I tried, but
But they want to have SSF because they're doing leaderboards, and they want a version of it if people want the fair competition. They play SSF, so you can't just buy everything. That's where I'll be? Maybe. Although I do like the option to help people if I can, so I might still not do it, but I understand the appeal of it. I want it for the game, not necessarily
probably
for me.
the only
I could
the
play
only
SSF
surprising
on the
thing-
normal realms
thing
and be
that
fine with it.
kind of caught me off guard with what they said.
If
is
it's
when we
offline, who
talked
cares
about
if you cheat?
seasons, about how
I guess if it's exclusively offline, that would be
They-
fine. But if you can
like,
play it offline and
I
then come
understand it.
online, that's
I
where the
understand
problem
the
is.
idea
Because that's how
of
it
why
was
they
on
do
the
this,
Switch
about
or like
how,
on console
you
for
know,
Diablo
you wanna
3.
design
Is people
something
were able to play
punchy
offline,
that,
hack items, and then play
um,
online with them.
people feel as an impact right away, and then it kind of flutters away. But I would think it's more valuable to try to make these ongoing mechanics that actually expand the game, and something in like it's a balance, right? When I play a season, of course, the season has to feel impactful. It has to do something for me, otherwise I'm not doing anything. But I definitely want to like work on it. I definitely want to solve it. I want to figure it out instead of just, slapping a power on. They said Paladin didn't fit in D4. Guys, like, obviously that was sarcasm, right?
Yeah, they were memeing big time. I can't read the chat because I rewound and it's way off. Is this live? It's like 10 minutes behind live, but yeah. They did it today. I rewound it a little bit because I missed some because they started early. But yeah, it was live. I'll hang with this for another couple minutes just to hear what they have to say, and then I'm going to bounce back to POE. What you doing, Rack? Hello?
It's kind of interesting. We're getting actually very, very different. We're getting very polarized opinions. Some people really liked it, and some people.
I feel like that's the
really
issue with the
didn't.
game in general. Is people
Interesting.
are so split on
I
what they
liked
want
it.
from the game.
No, I'm not talking about me hosting it. I'm talking about. I just like talking about game design. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that they didn't want to expand the raids. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I thought the raids were,
Had
I
so
don't
much
know,
potential.
so
The
like
chat was toxic.
I thought
Yeah,
that that would
shocker,
be
right?
something that would be iterated on. You'd add another wing of the raid. Here, go try this new raid mechanic. But it seems like that was not on their radar. Yeah, that's why I asked them. I asked them, do you not want to spend time on that because it's forced multiplayer and you're making SSF?
What's a raid? So historically, a raid is like an MMO thing where you get like 20 or 40 people together to take on like a massive dungeon with like huge bosses with like very intricate like boss designs or whatever. This is basically their version of it. It was 2 to 4 players. It was a very small raid, but it was just boss fights with more interesting mechanics that you had to do cooperatively. Like it actually had like multiplayer components to the mechanics and stuff. It was a multiple wing dungeon, so there was like what 3 bosses per wing, 3 wings. So there was like 9 bosses in there essentially. It was a cool idea, but once you did it a couple times, there wasn't really a whole lot of reason to go back. So it was kind of a but like the first couple times doing it was super fun. So a WoW raid with 2 to 4 players, not 30. Yeah, I was hoping because like a full party in like the overworld can be like 8 players at like world boss or whatever. I was hoping it would be like 8 people, and you would go in and do it with like that many people. But the fact that it was 2 to 4, I get it.
It seemed like
parties
I'm
in the
trying
game
to
are only
read
4 players,
between
so it
the
makes
lines
sense.
here, but it seemed like
it could have been cool if it
a
scaled up
lot of
higher.
the topics that I had brought up are
But a lot of people push
potentially
back.
going to be in the
I thought I paused it.
expansion, and they
A lot of people push back on it because historically in ARPGs, you're able to do all of the content either in a group or solo. And this was the first thing they introduced that you ever had to do multiplayer. And so a lot of people didn't like it because they felt like they were forced into partying. Hi, Nikki. Hi. How you doing? Yeah, so like there was a lot of polarizing opinions about the raid too, because a lot of people didn't want to have to party up. Or they went there, they didn't read that it was a multiplayer only feature, and they got in there and they got stuck because they couldn't progress any further because you needed 2 people to progress because you needed one person to stand on a button to go in to go through a door to push another button on the other side to let the other person through, and they couldn't move past that. But yeah, the first time I ever did it, it was before there were any guides out. I actually made a guide from my first playthrough, and it was one of my better performing Diablo 4 YouTube videos. You should go watch it if you want to see what it looks like. But playing it for the first time without knowing any of the mechanics, learning it like completely blind with one of my friends. We were on Discord. We were having a blast learning the mechanics, trying to figure it all out. It was the most fun I've ever had in Diablo 4. And I don't know. We don't know if we're going to ever get more.
didn't want
If you're solo, you get soft locked. I mean, you can like teleport out, but you can't progress any further.
to. Maybe I'm thinking way too deep into this, but the feeling that I was getting is some of the stuff that they didn't want to answer is because maybe it's in the expansion and they're planning some big announcement, and
You're playing Last
that
Epoch right now?
announcement is not
Last
happening
Epoch's
on a
great.
Twitch
I can't
stream.
wait for season 4.
That's what I could be completely wrong with. That's the way it felt to me.
I hope season 4 does not release 1 week before POE or Diablo has a new season, because I always want to go back for a couple weeks, but then something else always comes out right behind it. Sounds like a co-op puzzle game with bosses in it. That sounds dope. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Do I think it's a problem that
It's a little
all of the
confusing, but you're
content
figuring
is
out.
behind a
It's a
paid
lot
expansion?
at first. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people would argue that a lot of the stuff isn't behind a paid expansion. I know a lot of you don't feel that way, but for example, we get the tower without paying for an expansion.
Uh-huh.
We get all the system changes with no paid expansion. But
Uh-huh.
I see what you're saying. Like, it's probably gonna have a new class. Hopefully, it'll be paladin. It sounds like the one thing I did glean from them is they said they're focused on the Mephisto arc. So
I hope that Mephisto
I tried
is
to
like
ask them, like,
a middle of
give
the
me your
campaign
elevator
boss, and then we get
speech for
something
why
else.
people should buy the next expansion, but they just said
The other problem is that you don't
yes,
have
it
to
would
play
be a
the
good
story over
purchase,
if
so
they kept adding to it, I think.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
Diablo's problem is that you don't have to play the story over. They kept adding to it. So, I mean, they do give us more story every season with the seasonal quest line. It's pretty much nothing, and it's more side story. Although, from people who do pay attention to the story, they have said some of them have been pretty good. I couldn't tell you a single story beat in there, but you're bored 1 month into the season. I'm bored a week and a half into the season. I feel that for sure. But I feel like that's kind of... I get bored with pretty much every ARPG fairly early into the season. It takes... I'll give them a couple weeks. Like, the POE stuff, there's a little bit more of a tail there because there is more interesting crafting and, like, a deeper end game. I'll give them that. But at the same time, it does end up just feeling like running maps over and over in a lot of ways. So it's like, I feel like ARPGs are struggling to figure out a meaningful way to do endgame. Like, something that is going to feel fresh and like you want to keep coming back to all the time. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. You've played seasons for 500 plus hours though and had a blast. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely seasons that are better than others, and they have felt very samey. But I know as soon as the next expansion comes out, there's going to be a ton of new content, and I'm going to be super excited. Season 11 does sound really good, but I don't know that it's going to be one that I put more than 2 weeks into. POE's been out for years and years. There's so much content. There is. And that was one of the things that they talked about in this interview that I thought was really good. I don't know if I love their answer. They were talking about how they designed their seasons to have these like crazy amounts of power from the seasonal mechanic rather than focusing on implementing permanent new features. And I was so happy that Rax did push back on it because I feel like it does need more permanent systems that are going to expand the game. And they're worried about bloat, and I get that. That makes sense. They should be worried about adding too much, but they need to add more than they are. I think PoE 1 keeps adding to it and they get more complex, so you think PoE 2 is in the way? You think PoE 2 is in the way? All RPGs need new things adding to the core. Yeah, and they have added things to the core. We got in for on the way? Yeah, okay. Like PoE 2, I feel like they're basically going in the same direction as PoE 1. I think eventually it'll feel just as bloated. It's just not there yet because it's still early, but I think it'll get there. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like they added Infernal Hordes. They added the Pit. Rax talked about that. Like they have added new modes, but because it's only been a few, it still feels pretty shallow. If they kept adding, they're worried about having too much bloat, but I do feel like right now, because there's so limited options, we get very sick of them. Whereas if there was like 10 things to do instead of like the 5 that we have, we wouldn't do each one as much, so we wouldn't get burnt out on them as fast. That's it. That's how I feel about it.
I'm not going to press the issue. If I
World Boss
ask
needs to
them
be
a
a focal
question
point of good drops,
and they clearly don't want to answer it, I move on, right? I'm not going to sit there until they give me an answer, you know?
World bosses could definitely have more interesting drops. I think that's another issue that I have with the game, is that you get basically the same loot from every source of the game. Like, yeah, you have your target farming in the bosses and stuff, which I also think is kind of a mistake. I miss being able to get pretty much anything anywhere, but I also feel like there should be maybe like crafting materials or something, like certain things that unlock systems or different gameplay features, like the way that Last Epoch has like drops for like keys to go do special dungeons that give you access to a special crafting mechanic. I think that's super neat. But like right now, it's like you can get you get the same stuff everywhere from every no mode feels special. I do like that you have to do the pit to level your glyphs, and you have to do blah 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 blah. Oh my god. I can't think of any specific examples right now, but they ruined the boss. Wait, what? They ruined what boss? Weekly challenges, anything to keep you playing. Yeah, if they did like how they have the season journey, if they had a weekly journey, that would be cool too. In a regular map, you're finding things and picking what I want. The loot in POE is I think that's another issue. Is POE has all the different crafting materials that are like actually meaningful, whereas Diablo, it has crafting materials, but they're just auto loot, suck up like a vacuum, and then you barely like engage with them. It's just like go to an NPC and click button. You're not like actually thoughtfully doing it. You're just kind of spamming. Be cool if they had weekly things or something similar to World Quests. Yeah. Yep. There's so much of a better conversation. I'm like, I get that. It keeps people engaged and that makes them do things. Yeah. Yep. You love all these games. I do too. Like, I can be both. Like, I can be very critical and I can praise a game. I'm happy to do both of those for all of the games. Like, there's things that I love and things that I hate about all of the ARPGs. Like, I think there's good and bad about all of them. Except for No Rest for the Wicked. It's a perfect game. Everyone should play it. That was not completely truthful, but it's a banger. You need a new game to play on PS5 and not Arc Raiders?
Season 11, it's December
9th if you're going by the
December
Reliquary.
8th or something.
Not announced yet. Officially. So it could be pushed
The shield
back.
comment was so funny. What was the shield comment?
Necromancers have shields.
We need a dirty interview with the gloves off. We need their real thoughts.
That felt like the real thoughts to me.
I don't really know what you mean, man. Like
You do not sleep now, so you get no rest for the Wicked?
They work
You should
for
sleep a little.
company called Blizzard, and
and they're owned by Microsoft.
They are going to answer the questions that they can while being as honest as they can within the confines of working for Blizzard, right? Like,
Rest for the Wicked was hard as shit. Yeah, it was great. I loved it. And I do plan on playing it again in the not too distant future. I want to play through more of it. You're always up at 3 a.m.
The Necro
I feel
has
that.
a shield, so
I
you
feel
don't
that.
need a paladin. Yeah.
Did they put more out? It depends when you last played it. But if you only played it at launch, yeah, they added basically double the content in the Breach update. And the next major update is going to be multiplayer. And they're also adding a soft class system. I don't know when that's coming, but 4 hours before you have to be to work. Yeah, that's unfortunate. He's just reading. Just reading.
Put in the
okay.
You should have. What do I think SSF should be? Well, I mean,
solo self-found.
I think you should have. You shouldn't have the ability to group up unless it's like the raids, for example. Unless they're going to put in the development time to change the raids to solo, which I doubt they will. It doesn't sound like they're going to do that. For any activity that can be done solo, you can't group and you can't trade. That's what SSF means to me.
I'm curious if you would still see other people for world bosses and stuff like that, or if you're gonna just be in your own world. I'm guessing you'll still see them, but I'm not sure. Bam, 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 bam. Feels weird looking at his desktop instead of mine. I think you still see people. I think so too, but I'm just curious because that's not technically solo. But I mean, as long as you can't see loot dropping from other people, that's fine. But And all the content that like actually matters will be instanced, so I think it'd be fine. I guess you would see random people in the world, but you'd never see like your friends because you wouldn't be able to group with them. So it would always just be randos, basically NPCs.
Okay. Well,
Larry
Rob will
seems more
go
work
for
than they
round
wanna put it
2
in.
in a few days.
Hmm?
We'll see what questions he has.
Yeah, I'm curious what Rob's gonna ask. I hope he doesn't ask the same stuff. I hope he actually watches this, and I hope he builds off some of the answers, maybe pushes back on some of the things that Rax talked about.
Rob will
Rob's
glaze
probably
them.
watching it
Isn't
right
he
now.
paid by them?
I mean,
I don't think Rob's paid by Blizzard. I could be wrong.
Rax has been paid by Blizzard.
He
Not
will
on a
just
regular
ask the
basis, though.
questions Blizzard gives him.
Does group even matter if you
I
join the
doubt
same
that as
server as your
well.
friends and just
Damn.
stay together? So that's the
Everybody-
thing is, in Diablo, in the
It's
open
weird,
world,
like
you only ever see, like within a region, you'll only ever see 8 players in the same region at the same time, and you don't choose which layer you're on, which instance you're in. So if you're not in a party with somebody, you're never gonna like randomly get paired up with them. I mean, the chances are so low because there's so many people playing. It'll just put like 7 other random people in there. I can't think of a way other than partying to like finagle it in a way to where you would be able to play with your friends or whatever.
there seems to be I mean, I guess I know why. I guess it's not that surprising, but it used to be like the Diablo community was very together and very happy. It seems like there's a lot of hatred.
Huge
in this
divide
chat,
now.
Actually, it's
Uh-huh.
actually kind of crazy.
How do you feel about
I
that,
guess
Rex?
I guess people are
How do you
mad with
feel?
Diablo 4, so this is what it's become. I guess
You cultivate your community, bruh.
the season of hatred.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like just the world that we live in now, people are just so split on more things in general. And I think people have always had different opinions on things, but just the level of divide nowadays in everything
People
is
on
wild.
Reddit are mad about my
People just want to be
questions that
mad
I asked Blizzard.
about a lot of things.
The number one rule of life is never, ever, never, ever consider, care, or think about what Reddit has to say.
Yeah.
Reddit is, for lack of a better way to say it,
Outspokenness
a
of the
cesspool
shitters.
of
Yeah.
retards.
Seriously.
You
Did you see
never go
Misha's
to
tweet
Reddit
about the
for
stuff
any
that
of
was
your
in her chat
information.
earlier? Speaking of outspokenness of
that's-
shitters.
That's saying it nicely.
Holy shit. Go look at her Twitter.
No one gives a fuck what they think.
Hopefully she didn't delete it. You posting Ghost? Oh, it's at the very top of her Twitter.
That's the reality of it.
It was a shit show today. Oh, what just happened? Oh, he raided. Okay.
Oh, shit.
All right. Ugh. So I guess even though I wasn't caught up when he raided out, I still got pulled with it. All right. I thought that was a good interview, though. All right, and my thing should update. There it is. Beautiful. All right, we need music. Actually, I'm going to pee real quick. All right. No sofa stream? Nah. All right. I think my portal deactivated. Uh-huh. Sure is. It was like a bunch of different accounts just absolutely spamming vile shit. Act 10, yep. Yeah. I did. And I have no mana left, but it's okay, because I have a lot of regen. Similar to things you went through on Twitch in the past, though? Yeah. Her YouTube comments are especially gross sometimes, but... yeah, I can imagine it would be on all platforms. Yeah. That you have good mods? At least she was to the point of just having fun with it. But is even helping? It feels good. I don't know if it's really helping too much, but I mean, most stuff was dying pretty instantly anyways. But it looks cool, and I'm all about stuff that looks cool. Need to bathe? Don't forget to wash your butthole. Your dad came over because window guy is running behind? Ah. Didn't shower earlier because you were scrambling to get cute? I thought that showering would be part of that process, no? I'm stinky but cute but stinky. Got it. Got it. Not when you're in a hurry. Fair. Fair. Twitch can't smell you? Jeez. Is this where I need to be? Yes. Although, did I get a crafting recipe? Imagine if there was smell-o-vision. Yeah, can you imagine smelling Asmongold? Oof. Actually, I'm sure there's streamers who smell way worse than he does, but that's what you meant? Yeah. stuff usually shows up on the map pretty far away. Surprised I haven't found it yet. There it is. I knew I'd find it eventually. Now we run all the way back. And people talk about going the wrong way in Diablo 4. One more time, your Chaos Fireball build page. Oh, so that was on Max Roll. It was a build by Garatha. Oh, why didn't I get that before? Holy moly.
Rest now, my brother. God shall be your judge.
Alright, so...
I must have time to gather my will.
Didn't mean it.
I fear I have not been.
Oh, we blasted his ass.
I
Innocence.
Bannon was a man.
Ooh, piece of candy. Go with the energy shield one. Probably not going to be good though, because it's only 4 links. I see potential in it. I'll put it in my pot tab. Wow, wow, wow. Alright, gotta go to the Ravaged Square. And then find Innocence. Go upright. This away. Is that a chaos I see? You're getting richer? Did I have a chaos? Maybe.
I knew that you would find the path of righteousness once more, my Lord of Light. I shall be honored to fight by your side.
Meow. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't mean to click the door. Come back, Breach, come back. Map.
Must have time to gather.
Go, go, gadget tornado. Now you're playing something true. So far. Gotta stop dying, Riz. Gotta pretend like this is hardcore. This is such a huge map.
Must have time to gather.
The feeding trough.
I will slay every last one of you.
Birthed a new hand yet? No, not yet.
Keep them back!
I still only have one hand slot. Birthed anything? Oh, I've birthed plenty of things. Made the tree poop out all kinds of things. Did you miss the interview? Exciting times ahead for Diablo. You did miss the interview. A lot of good stuff. Some stuff that I have mixed feelings about that I hope it gets pushed back on further. But they did confirm Solo Self-Found is coming, which is cool. What up, Katava? Did he just eat that dude? I know I've done this fight a couple times, but I don't remember it at all. Survived your drive in the dark? Proud of you. Stop eating people, Katava. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure exactly where I was going there. Are you serious? Just got your 4th Void Stone? I don't know what that means yet. I've heard people talk about it. I don't know what it means, but congratulations. All right. Yay, we did it.
It's over.
So, by the light. For freedom.
Wait, you're the one I sell to also.
Yes.
That shield looks interesting. It's a lot of armor, also a lot of energy shield. I'd lose some spell damage, but that's a maybe. That'll sell, yeah. Yeah, if I don't use it, it'll definitely sell to somebody.
Goodness.
Is that everybody? Yeah, okay.
Good tidings to you.
Exile. Exile. Wake up. Commander, go with courage. Hello. It's through the tunnel.
Give me that. I had to buckle down and rush the last 20 minutes and get everything done. All right,
This is
Lily.
neither the time nor the place.
I should have never.
All right. I'm missing one. I need to do service to science. Oh, sorry, I missed the message before that. So they confirmed SSF is coming. They comedically dodged questions about the paladin and the cow level. There were some interesting conversations. There wasn't anything like major, but I liked it generally. Nothing major confirmed. Yeah, nothing major. Which, you know, they're not going to announce anything major on some random streamer's stream. They're going to save that for trailers and big game shows and stuff, but I feel like there was one other thing that was like notable, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Is it an empty jewel slot? Yeah, I just put the point in. I just put the point in it.
This is neither the time nor the
I don't know what I'm going to
place.
put in there yet, but I figured I'd take it. Where am I going? Is it this way? Yeah, I see it. I see you, Nico.
Kirax, my name. We've a vital.
Map. Oh, we got to take the thicket map.
Got my eye
Where's
on
my
you.
stash? Okay, let's look at the gems I already have, just because I don't
Men,
remember.
get me a prize.
Or jewels. what I
Decisions
meant.
must be made.
I forgot that King's March went core.
Is that the egg?
I'm glad you next. Keep me a prize.
Oh, you.
Thanks for the monies.
It's a cornucopia of chalice.
We don't about King's March. What?
Great choice.
We don't talk about. Why not?
The last thing we need. Keep me a prize. Decisions.
We hate King's March? Why? I thought people liked King's March.
One more for the mines. One more for the mines. A wise assignment.
Yes, it's a cornucopia of talent. Let me just grab the next few applications.
You don't need the pressure of a farming sim that needs attention in my game that has much to do in? That's fair. I like that there's just a variety of things to do. You don't have to engage with them, but you can if you want to. I think that's what an ARPG should be.
Continues to grow.
You don't feel forced to do anything you don't want to do, but you can if you want to.
A wise assignment. A good apprentice for Danig.
Unfortunately, you do have to do it. I see, I see. So that's kind of more of a you problem then. I gotcha, I gotcha.
Sonya will make good use of them.
How goes the... There you are, hero. It's been an honor.
Shut up, Adam.
Figured you'd find.
Why, hello. With these facilities, place equipment. I know.
Could really use more items to. Oh, it's you.
You ruin everything for. Oh boy. Disenchanting. How does this work again? Place equipment items with rarity in the disenchanting window. Over time, your disenchanters will destroy these items, turning them into thaumaturgic dust based on the property of the item. Only one item will be disenchanted at a time. Gotcha. That's interesting. The King's Mark, yeah, it is core now, but you start with everything unlocked. Planning on crafting wands, get into disenchantment. Interesting. Why the map got so many holes?
Think it through.
Why it got so many holes? It's holy, it sure is. Oh, that's where your workers map? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, when I actually did this league, I never made it that far. They don't come towards the Atlas? That makes sense. They just get you loot. Thanks for the monies. The Atlas of Worlds. The epilogue.
Hell.
1% increased quantity of items found in this area. What? Why does this look different than what I remember? Alright. It's the same? It didn't used to look like that last time I got to endgame. I don't remember that ever being there. Am I drunk? Maybe I'm drunk. Alright, jewels. Okay. I don't understand the cluster jewels. Adds 10 passive skills. 2 added passive skills are jewel sockets. There's usually much more options. I don't remember that being there. Make them yellow? Yeah, I just don't know. Like, what is the point of a cluster jewel versus a regular jewel? Adds 10 passive skills. 2 added passive skills are jewel sockets. Placed into large slot, it'll give you more places to put skill points into. Huh. Adds 5 passive skills. 1 added passive skill is a jewel socket. Added small passive skills grant 10% increased life recovery from flask. Don't care about that. Increased mine damage, burning damage. That will give you a small extension to the tree that will give int. Adds 4 passive skills. 1 added passive skill is a jewel socket. Add 10% increased damage over time. Increased totem life. Attack speed. Damage over time. None of these seem especially good for me. Okay, so if I'm gonna... So I can craft on this. Can you turn a blue into a yellow in this game? Regal orb? Oh, okay. I don't have any regals, do I? Is that this one? Well, poop. Can you take jewels out when you put them in? Or are they permanently in there? Yes? So you can, like, freely move them around? So... Can I put that in here or no? No, okay. So that's just for the big ones. Do any of these sound good? I mean, that one's Dex in it with lightning damage. That could be good. The rest is kind of irrelevant, though. I mean, that's the best one I got for now. On the outside, because it makes an extension of the tree. I see. So, like this. Got it. Okay. So, like, put something here. That makes sense. Alright, so... Where'd it go? I'm blocked right there. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. That's fine. Let's watch Riz get his ass kicked.
Like stepping into a dream.
Where the bad guys at? I see them. What just did all that damage to me? Holy moly. Yeah, you open that chest. Oh. Who up spanking the lizard? Oh, you know. Oh, oh, what is a blessed orb? I don't even know that one. Justin spanking his lizard. Been setting up your Switch too? Hell yeah, you got one? Congrats. I might set mine up one day. Nintendo. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment comes out in 2 days. You're hype. I'm assuming you don't have a capture card, or do you? Because I would be curious to watch that.
Get them away from me!
You does. Is that something you're considering streaming or nah? Don't feel pressured, but I am curious to see how it looks. I played the first Hyrule Warriors a decent amount. I did it! Ooh! Piece of candy. Man. You want to get it with the government being goobers? The gooberment being goobers? You don't know when your next check will be after tomorrow? Ah. Hey, I winned my first map. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What's the pink flask? That's my magic juice. Alright? So, 40% increased damage. Causes consecrated ground on use. 56% increased charge recovery. 78% increased charges gained by other flasks during effect. Gains no charges during effect of any overflowing chalice flask. A million more to go, pretty much. The first one's the best IMO. It's a love letter to the whole franchise. Age of Calamity is sort of a spin-off to Breath of the Wild, and Age of Imprisonment is the same Tears of the Kingdom, except Age of Imprisonment is actually canon. Got it. Yeah, that one seemed nice. Like, it seemed good, so I put it on. I generally will, like, use it for bosses or whatever. Hey, I got an Atlas point. We got another tree, chat. We got another tree. This game sure likes trees. It's like, go up? No, you. Secret stash. It's just so overwhelming. It's like, I don't know where to start. What is beyond? I know what blight is. You should just block the mechanics you don't want to deal with. Yeah. So, which mechanics would I not want to deal with? I don't even know all the mechanics, honestly. I like Delirium. B-Series, whatever. Is Ultimatum the same as POE 2's Ultimatum? I'd be fine with that. Settlers of Kalgur, whatever. Rituals, fine. Just maps. Delve, eh. I don't know what Beyond is. Whoa. What's that? It's a teleporty. So you can go to there and then move over here. That's cool. I like that. Expedition's fine. Abyss is fine. I don't know what Legion is. I don't like Betrayal. I might block that off. Betrayal is just confusing. I haven't done enough heists. I don't know if I like heists. Legion is the thing where you kill the frozen guys, they come to life. Oh, okay. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Yeah, I think Betrayal is the only one that I'd want to just kill completely. Mostly because I don't understand it, and I don't have the mental capacity to learn it. Expedition's kind of whatever. What's the tower defense one? Is that Blight? I don't know what Incursion is either. Or Torment. Maps have no chance to contain ritual altars. I don't mind ritual. No chance to contain blight encounters. You don't know the name of it? You need to block that one? Ultimatum's fine. Wait. Yeah. Ore deposit? Yeah, we could block the ore deposits. I don't care about that stuff. Abysses, Expedition, Sacred Grove. I don't want Nico. Screw Nico. It's Life Force stuff for epic crafting. Gotcha. Fight plant stuff. I vaguely remember seeing that. Which one was that? That was Sacred Grove. Okay. Wellspring of Creation. Monsters deal less damage. They have more health. Interesting. You vaguely remember going to school for Duck Knights? Oh, the memories? Duck Knights. I'm sorry, what? Oh. Should also get points that'll give you Korvac missions and more map drops. So my indecisiveness is not allowing me to choose one of those. So I'm not going to right now. Ow! He shot me.
Now that you've had a glimpse.
How's the trade?
Why not roll a digital die? Leave it up to the dice gods? I could. But I don't trust the die either.
Hello.
Who can I identify here? Atlas Pathing Guides? Yeah, I might just like watch some YouTube videos, see what other people say, probably end up following one of their guides. That's interesting. Dice are not about trust, it's about fate. True. So Blessed Orb randomizes the value of implicit modifiers on an item. Oh. I see.
We've
I should Gamba? What should I Gamba? What you mean? What gear is bad? I don't know. Probably all of it, honestly.
I greet you once again.
Killing shit fast? Am I? I don't know. Poop it!
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
In POE 2, you can see the item better in inventory, which is a change. Yeah, yeah. Help, your taint itches. Come here. I got you. 2 levels of socketed minion gems. Okay, well. Minion item. I mean, I'm willing to help. I really should stop rolling those. They're not going to be good. It's okay, though. It's alright. We go here. Take the box at the button. I'll take your box at the button. What? Tier 2 map. Yellow map. Unique boss. 2 unique bosses. Send it. Why can I not click on my map device? It's broken. I'll auto move stuff from stash to the new thing. Oh, really? Okay. That's weird. The one in my hideout wasn't working. Your first time using this crafting option is free. Area is haunted by 4 additional tormented spirits. Scarab dropped in the area, 50% increased chance to be tormented scarabs. Do I want to do that? Speak to Korvac again? Dad? Where's he at? Where's... I don't see a Korvac. Kirik? This guy?
Now that you've had a glimpse of the job never ends. Long day.
What about him? Who's Korvac? I don't know. You tell me. Should we be able to use hideout map device? Yeah, I don't know. It could just be that something with the hideout that I loaded is busted and I need to like move stuff around. This is POE 1. Hello? Those rock things remind me of the rock from D4, and I don't like it. Freaking Dwayne. What build am I doing? I am doing a Power Siphon Hierophant build. How many hardcore losses? Only one. It was this character. I made it to Act 8 in the campaign and went 100 to 0 from like one attack. And I was gonna start over, and I did make a Marauder, but I decided I wanted to see this character through, so I'm playing it on softcore now. But I'll probably do both. Made it to Act 8, yeah. Is there a build guide I'm following? So there's an outdated POB from the beginning of yesterday's stream on my website, which is linked in my bio. It's a little different now, but not much has changed. You saw the clip and was wondering? Yeah. Yeah, that was my only death this season. Well, once I went to softcore, I've died a bunch because I stopped caring so much, but that was my only permadeath. Deaths checked. It's not too high. 13? But most of them were just because now that I'm softcore, I'm being careless. Well. I'm debating if this is worth doing. That looks juicy, but it also looks difficult. Maybe I go in there after I clear the rest. The spaceship? Pardon? Oh. I don't know what the fuck that thing is. I don't think I've seen that before. Almost died. Almost died.
It's worse than I feared.
It is a fortress, yeah. I've not seen this yet. Should I be scared? This thing, it's a foothold in our world. A staging ground for the hive. She's reading it too.
Enemies are being grown.
I got this. Alright, bet.
The worst is yet to come.
I don't know what I'm getting. Okay. Just nuked immediately.
Neither the time nor the place.
Can I go back in? Or is that it? You can go back in? Okay. Place a portal, by the way. Saves. Oh, that's smart. Are you suggesting I'm gonna die again? Because probably. No. What are grasping coffers? Oh, it's loot. We like loot. Grasp these coffers? Ayo. Before or after I help itch your taint? What? During? Alright, bet. Huh? It's fine. Wait, where's my portal? Does it... Do I just go in here? Does that take me back to there? Or do I need to go to a different one? Yeah? Okay. Okay. Oh, and it stays. My eye's like blurring over right now and I don't like it. I think Riz is getting sleepy. Yeah, I don't like these like insta nukes. Makes me sad. Okay. We're gonna go night-night soon. Soon. I'll wait. I'll wait. What level? And you still do maps? Yes. 76. And I just got to maps. Very frozen, very frozen. Running out of opportunities here.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Dos mas. I just realized I never got my lightning golem back. That might help. Don't blow me up. Don't blow me up. Don't blow me up. This place is spoopy. Can you get a merc yet? Mercs are not in the game anymore. That was last leak. But they might come back eventually, because they were very popular. But I think they were a little too overpowered.
I am no beast of burden.
Don't think they should be added to core? I wouldn't mind if they were added to core as long as they're toned down a lot. Those don't stack. Right. As a D2 player, I thought about going back to POE 1 for a bit, for the Merc. What's the genre of the game called? ARPG. You're very welcome. Some may call them Diablo-likes. Some may call them Exile-likes. Yeah, action role-playing game, yep. Systems ARPGs, if you talk to Joe Shelley. Whatever happened to that guy? Yeah, Exile likes. Call him Fate likes. Fair. Sacred likes. Wait. No. They're Wolson likes. Oh, come on. That guy's a son of a gun. I don't know how I avoided death there. Alright, do I try whatever the fuck this is? I'm so scared. I got this. I don't know what I'm dealing with here.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
24 waves. Revenant? That sounds familiar, but I don't remember for sure. Well, she dead. Anyway, that's fine. It's fine. I had no chance.
I am no beast of burden.
You don't need to clear the whole thing before starting? Yeah, I that was me wanting to explore a little more before I started it because I didn't know what to expect. Because those coffers were kind of juicy. Once started, if you die, you can go back in. Oh, so I can go back in there? Oh no, she died. So okay. That's okay. That's okay. Is there anything I can ditch here? Do I care about this map? Nah, I don't care about those boots. What am I frozen by? Oh. Hey, I finished. Sick. But we're not done here yet. Might as well take that. Not that way. No, I'm not full clearing, but there was this corrupted thing. I want to do that. Think you're on the last portal? I think so. But I already cleared the map, so like, I don't lose progress if I die now, right? That'd be sad. Although that's something POE would do. Oh, you thought you were done here? You thought you could keep going and not get punished? No. No, no, no. You're close to XP loss. Oh, I forgot that was even a thing. I have a Veil Power Siphon now. How does that differ? Fires your wand simultaneously at all nearby enemies, killing those close to death. Granting you a power charge for each cannot be supported by volley. I mean, that sounds good. Two skills, one normal and one on a charge. Oh, can store 3 uses. Souls per use, 15. Soul gain prevention, 2 seconds. I don't know, dude. Is my Twitch stream cool? You might have to come through. I mean, I like it. It's basically the same thing, but horizontal. Personally, don't bother with Veil Gems, too much effort. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that too. Where all am I streaming? The purple site, the red site, and TikTok. Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts.
Hello.
Godslayer, good day.
Wait.
Hello.
Helena's one items. Nope, not that. Oh my god, Riz.
Hello.
Oh, there's a graft locker here? I didn't even realize. So wait, you said something about a button. Oh, this? When enabled, control clicking a relevant item while your stash is open will instead place the item in your graft locker. I see. Is there a good place to put scarabs? Mark of Submission Unset Ring has 1 socket. Curse enemies with socketed Hex Curse Gem on hit. I can't word. Words are hard. Interesting. 21 max mana, 34 max mana. Regenerate 4 mana per second. -6 to total mana cost of skill. Total mana cost of skills. Is that just a really weird way to write that skills cost 6 less mana? Pretty much. Nice. Is this the RF shield? Light travels faster than sound. Some people appear bright before you hear them speak. Got some good zingers over here. I knew the fake noodle one though. What's a cat's favorite instrument? Percussion? Hell yeah. Zingers. You can't see, but you don't think so? Or you don't think so? Rise of the Phoenix? It's just all about like fire res, max fire res, fire res while on low life, increased movement speed while on low life. I don't know. Just it seems very RF-y. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know things. I didn't see if you answered. Is there a good place to put scarabs? Can I put those like in the map device somewhere? Is there an affinity for it? Which one? I think it's the fragment stash. Let's go to a different tab and see if it does it. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, it was fragment. You were right. I still have this item. The Chitus Plume.
Hello.
I don't know where that goes. That might be the one passive point I'm missing. A Swig of Hope. Completion at Captain Fairgraves. That was Act 1, wasn't it? Have I been carrying this item around since Act 1? Act 3. Have I really been carrying this around since Act 3? No? Is he in the docks? Maybe. Where was the docks again? Right there. Looks like it. Okay. Well, it's not the passive one that I was missing. Passives. I need to do service to science. Act 5. It starts in Overseer's Tower. Talk to Valenta. She ain't got it.
You can ask, but you might not like. Some time ago.
Oh, I have. Okay, travel to the control blocks. Got it.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Control blocks. Nope, that's not it. I clicked too fast. Control. Oh, I don't. Okay, I don't have a waypoint to it. It's just here. Find Valenta's miasmeter. Nailed it. What up, Dan?
Piety's science.
What is that thing? That looks weird.
The truth of
I simply can't.
Boom. Well, where do I put it? So all of our passives are done. Apparently I have something here. Ooh. Do I have 300? Do I care? Probably not. I have 82 left. Yeah, Battle Pass, yep. Yep. It took me a while to burn through the stuff that I got for buying POE, but
this is
we
neither
did.
the time nor the place.
Oh, we did. POE 2, I should say. Buy more stashes? No, I got plenty. I got plenty. I don't really have that many, but I'll be fine for now. The Scarab one? All right. I'm going to call it here, chat. I went about an hour longer than I was planning on, but I wanted to do a couple maps. But I'll be back tomorrow, probably, most likely. I don't have any plans for it, but Justin,